Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Good afternoon. The devotional today will be led by the Reverend Ed Sunday Winters of the Greensboro United Church of Christ.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished members, thank you for this opportunity to share with you this morning, or this afternoon rather. A reading from Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 through 7. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground, but a stream would rise from the earth and water the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the human from the dust of the ground and breathed into their nostrils the breath of life, and the human became a living being. When I think about a handful of dirt in God's hands and God breathing into that dirt, I think about my neighbor over on Stannard Mountain Road. He makes dirt. You may know Tom Gilbert and Black Dirt Farm. They take food waste and table scraps and turn it into dirt. To me, that seems like holy work. Every time I drive by that farm, I get a strange, warm feeling, kind of like the feeling I get when the sunset is spectacular, or when I'm standing on a mountaintop, or at the edge of a seashore, or in a cathedral. By some estimates, 95% of the world's food is grown in the uppermost layer we call topsoil. Dirt is life. As it was in the beginning, so it is now. In the hands of God or in the hands of a Vermont farmer, soil gives life. It nurtures us, it sustains us, it keeps us going. We know now more than ever before how all life forms are interconnected, forming a complex and beautiful whole. Every part of it matters and every part influences the rest. My faith teaches that complex and beautiful whole is enough to sustain life, and not just enough to sustain life, but to sustain abundant life for all. People, plants, animals, dirt, air, water, all. Abundant life. Abundant life for all is more than most of us can wrap our heads around. That we give in to our fears all too often and allow ourselves to be governed by scarcity rather than abundance. That's a choice that over the centuries has left some of us with more than we can use in a lifetime, and some of us with barely enough to live on day by day. As brutal and as tragic as that choice has made life for some of our human siblings, it's had a devastating impact on our planet. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations reports that 33% of the Earth's soils are already degraded, and over 90% could be by 2050. In 1942, J.I. Rodell said, healthy soil equals healthy food equals healthy people. Conversely, in 2023, we know that degraded soil equals less nutritious food equals undernourished people. I think that's why I get strangely warmed when I drive by Tom's farm. There's good dirt equals good food equals good life. And he is doing holy work, and he's not alone. There's so many Vermont farmers who every day strive to farm in a healthy, regenerative way, doing the stuff that sustains life. And you are a part of that. When you're making decisions here in this house, you're never just making political decisions or agricultural decisions or environmental decisions or educational decisions. Thankfully, you're doing all those things and more, but you're also making moral decisions. And when you make them in a way that keeps in mind that we can't live without good dirt, you too are doing holy work. Thank you. Amen.
Members, we have a bill on the notice calendar requiring referral to a money committee pursuant to House Rule 35A. Senate Bill 99 is an act relating to miscellaneous changes related to vehicles affecting the revenue of the state. The bill is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Members, we have received requests to read two House concurrent resolutions that the House and the Senate adopted pursuant to the consent calendar. The first is HCR 42, which is a House concurrent resolution honoring Laura and Lewis Sumner of Halifax for their exemplary municipal public service. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas Laura Sumner was raised in Vernon and her husband Lewis in Halifax, where they have resided since their marriage in 1965. And whereas Lewis Sumner continued his family's farming tradition, maintaining a dairy herd until 1988, and subsequently he was employed for many years as a custodian at Halifax Elementary School. And whereas both Laura and Lewis Sumner were active in the former Guiding Star Grange, and they were also long associated with the West Halifax Bible Church. And whereas each member of this 5-decade-plus partnership has served the town of Halifax with dedication and distinction. And whereas from 1967 until 2010, Laura Sumner was a dependable and knowledgeable Halifax town clerk, overseeing the daily operations of municipal government, ensuring democracy's vitality as the coordinator of elections administration, safeguarding the town's municipal records, and transitioning the town into the digital era. And whereas for 58 years, Lewis Sumner responded to the call of duty when the alarm sounded at the Halifax Fire Company, and whereas beginning in 1963, Lewis Sumner has stood successfully for election to the Halifax Select Board, and except for a brief hiatus from 2002 to 2005, has served continuously for 60 years, and during many of these years has presided over the panel as chair, a position he currently holds. And whereas on Town Meeting Day 2023, Lewis Sumner will conclude his remarkable 6 decades of Select Board membership highlights, all of which include 8 weather events, including FEMA, and especially the aftermath of Tropical Storm Irene. And this is a propitious occasion to recognize the couple who truly merit the title, Mr. and Mrs. Halifax. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors Laura and Lewis Sumner of Halifax for their exemplary municipal public service, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Laura and Lewis Sumner and to the Halifax Town Clerk.
And next is HCR 88, which is a House concurrent resolution recognizing the week of April 16th through 22nd as Volunteer Week in Vermont and celebrating Vermont's volunteers. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas, according to AmeriCorps in 2021, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 310,000 Vermonters helped their neighbors, reflecting a special spirit of mutual support at an especially stressful time. And whereas the scope of volunteering varied from the 29.1% of the state's residents, over 150,000 persons who volunteered a total of 10.7 million hours through an organization and contributed more than $300 million in economic value to the state, to the 97.2% of Vermonters who spoke or spent time with family or friends. And whereas half of all Vermonters demonstrated support for their neighbors in need through charitable donations, and whereas a dedicated contingent of Vermonters 55 years of age and older volunteers with the state's 4 regional senior corps, RSVP, retired and senior volunteer program agencies, RSVP of Rutland Addison County, the Green Mountain RSVP, the United Way of Northwestern Vermont RSVP, and the RSVP for Central Vermont and the Northeast Kingdom, which is under the auspices of the Central Vermont Council on Aging. And whereas these volunteers serve as drivers for Meals on Wheels, medical appointments, errands, and food shopping, assist at food shelves, historical societies, libraries, and museums, lead exercise classes, and assist with other wellness activities, and provide vital senior companionship, and they merit a special expression of gratitude. And whereas April is Global Volunteer Month, and the week of April 16th through the 22nd is National Volunteer Week, and similar Vermont recognition is warranted. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly recognizes the week of April 16th through the 22nd as Volunteer Week in Vermont and celebrates Vermont's volunteers. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Serve Vermont and each of the 4 RSVP programs in Vermont.
Are there any announcements? Member from Craftsbury.
Madam Speaker, our devotional this afternoon was provided by Ed Sunday Winters. Thank you, Ed, for the reminder about the complex, important work that we are doing here. Seems especially fitting on a day when my calendar invite from the clerk suggests we might be here for 5.5 hours. Ed is in his 6th year serving as pastor of the Greensboro United Church of Christ. Ed is warm, kind, and jovial. He's, in fact, so funny that I can get my 2 children out of the house early on a Sunday morning to go to church with the promise that they get to see Pastor Ed. Ed brings a love of people and a concern for justice to his role as a leader in our community. No matter who you are or where you are on life's journey, Ed is there for you. His commitment to public service includes serving as the co-chair of the Hunger Council of the Northeast Kingdom, as a board member for the Northeast Kingdom Collaborative, and as a member of the coordinating committee of Vermont Poor People's Campaign. Ed and his wife Patty met while they were both seminary students, and next month they will celebrate their 26th wedding anniversary. I'm going to need to pick your brain a little bit for advice about how to get there myself. Together, they have 2 adult sons, Josh and Will. Ed is a truly incredible asset to the greater Greensboro community. And Madam Speaker, I hope the body will welcome Pastor Ed to the State House.
Will the guest, the member from Craftsbury, please rise and be recognized? Member from Wolcott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to welcome the dedicated AmeriCorps senior RSVP volunteers who join us from across our communities who volunteer in the service of older Vermonters. These individuals selfishly give their time and energy to help those in need. Their contributions have a profound impact on the well-being of our state. Meals on Wheels is a vital program that provides nutritious meals to older Vermonters and individuals with disabilities, many who are unable to leave their homes. These volunteers not only provide a nourishing meal, but are also a friendly face and a listening ear. They brighten the day and form lasting bonds with those they serve. I often muse that Meals on Wheels volunteers drive a couple of miles for hundreds of smiles. In addition to Meals on Wheels, the volunteers joining us today lead Bone Builders, Tai Chi, and other peer-led wellness programs. These volunteers help individuals improve their health, balance, independence, and also providing socialization. Our guests share their knowledge and expertise to help others lead healthier and happier lives. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all these dedicated volunteers. Your commitment to the service of others is an inspiration to all. Your efforts are making a real difference in the lives of neighbors and friends, and I'm grateful for all that you do. Your service is an example of the best of our humanity, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to recognize your service during National Volunteer Week. Thank you.
Will the guest and member from Wolcott please rise and be recognized? Member from Halifax.
Madam Speaker, you have just heard a resolution honoring Laura and Louis Sumner of Halifax. Louis's distinguished service over 60 years sets a mark in our community that might never be matched. And I mean that literally because he served in posts that don't exist anymore. One of Louis's first elected positions as a young man was overseer of the poor. He and Laura both hand-delivered food and services to residents in need before the state took over welfare in 1968. Those who've met Laura in her 43 years of service as town clerk will always remember her kindness and reliability for many years to come. Madam Speaker, please join me in welcoming Laura and Louis Sumner and their daughters, Mary Lee Putnam and Holly Fox, to our State House.
Will the guest member from Halifax please rise and be recognized? Are there any further announcements? Member from Guilford.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to have some constituents from the southeastern corner of our state with us here today. Please help me welcome from Guilford, Maggie Foley, her husband, Peter Welch, and their daughter Leah, who are family members of one of our pages, Eli Welch, this session. So please help me give them a warm welcome to the House chamber today.
Will the member from Guilford please rise and be recognized? Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, orders of the day. Members, we will begin with Senate Bill 5, which is an act relating to affordably meeting the mandated greenhouse gas reductions for the thermal sector through efficiency, weatherization measures, electrification, and decarbonization. The bill was referred to the Committee on Environment and Energy, which recommends that the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as printed in today's calendar. The member from Dover, Representative Sibilia, will speak for the committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Waitsfield, Representative Dolan, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S5, an act relating to affordably meeting the mandated greenhouse gas reductions for the thermal sector through efficiency, weatherization measures, electrification, and decarbonization.
Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, I'll be reporting today on S5, which is an act relating to affordably meeting the mandated greenhouse gas reductions for the thermal sector through efficiency, weatherization measures, electrification, and decarbonization. Members can find S5 as it passed the House Environment and Energy Committee in today's calendar on page 1929. I'd like to start by talking about how we got here. In 2020, this Vermont legislature passed the Global Warming Solutions Act. And this law did two important things. First, it committed Vermont to meeting the emissions reductions that had been agreed to as part of the 2015 Paris Accords. Vermont's 2020 Global Warming Solutions Act requires our state to reduce greenhouse gas pollution to 26% below 2005 levels by 2025, and emissions would need to be 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, and 80% by 2050. Vermonters overwhelmingly want us to act on climate. And in a 2019 survey, 76% of Vermonters said they were either very worried or somewhat worried about global warming. On behalf of my children and grandchildren, I am grateful that our governor took a courageous stance and urged the Trump administration in 2017 to maintain the U.S. commitment to the Paris Accords, and for supporting the Biden administration's 2021 decision to rejoin the Paris Accords. Climate change affects all life on our planet. Secondly, the Global Warming Solutions Act required the creation of a climate action plan to be developed using a public process and to meet those statutory goals. In Vermont, the two sectors with the biggest greenhouse gas emissions are transportation and thermal. A clean heat standard designed to reduce thermal emissions was proposed as a part of the initial 2021 Climate Action Plan. So how are we proposing to do this? For the last 18 months, members of the governor's administration, representatives from many different heating fuel companies and the sector, environmental advocates, climate scientists, legal organizations, government specialists, alongside 8 different legislative committees, the Vermont Climate Council, 2 iterations of the Legislative Climate Caucus, and hundreds of Vermonters have been working to bring forward, debate, fine-tune, and improve language that would create a Vermont clean heat standard. The bill in front of us is the product of all of that work and will establish the clean heat standard to reduce Vermont's greenhouse gas emissions from the thermal heating sector. The Public Utility Commission will develop the clean heat standard with assistance from 2 advisory groups, the Technical Advisory Group and the Equity Advisory Group. The Department of Public Service will be a partner in providing assistance and in completing a potential study, which will tell us about the potential market for clean heat measures and the characteristics of the workforce available to install the measures. The bill in front of us has the Public Utility Commission develop that marketplace and the rules for implementing a clean heat standard through a public process and with these technical and equity experts. The 2025 legislature will then vote to approve the rules to implement the clean heat standard, or they may change the rules. They may do nothing with the rules. They may repeal the statutory provisions of S5. And if the 2025 legislature approves of those rules, the governor will also have to approve. If we vote in 2025 to implement the clean heat standard, each year, obligated parties must retire clean heat credits, a tradable, non-tangible commodity that represents the amount of greenhouse gas emissions reductions caused by a clean heat measure. Clean heat credits may be retired by delivering fuel and technologies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or by contracting out or purchasing clean heat credits. The Commission would establish the number of clean heat credits that obligated parties must retire each year to set a pace for Vermont's thermal sector to achieve the greenhouse gas emission reductions required in statute as amended by the Vermont Global Warming Solutions Act. We have heard folks say that stopping all of Vermont's emissions will do nothing to change the weather patterns that we are seeing with climate change. And with apologies to my environmental friends, I mostly agree. If Vermont cannot stop climate change, then why bother bringing forward sweeping climate change bills like the Global Warming Solutions Act and the Clean Heat Standard? There are at least 3 important reasons that I bet most of us in this chamber would agree with. 1, fixed income Vermonters, rural Vermonters, and low and moderate income Vermonters are being exposed to greater and greater financial and health risks as a result of the unregulated and volatile global pricing of thermal heating fuels. Vermonters this year paid $2 more a gallon for heating oil than they did in 2021. Vermonters with the means to reduce their use of fossil fuels to save money are doing so, creating further volatility in that market. Number 2, larger local, state, and national governments are exerting tremendous legal pressure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as part of the 2015 Paris Accords. And number 3, that activity is changing markets, and those changing markets are and will continue to impact Vermonters. If we don't help Vermonters try to stay in front or apace with this energy transition, it is our most vulnerable who will suffer and be left behind with more and more costs and less choices. There have been some pretty wild claims about what we are voting on here today. Some of those wild claims are fueled by moneyed interests, some from not reading the bill, but most are probably fueled simply by fear of the unknown. So I want to emphasize and summarize what we are actually voting on here today. Today, we are voting to create the clean heat standard in statute, to have the Public Utility Commission develop the marketplace and the rules for implementing a clean heat standard through a public process utilizing technical and equity experts. And lastly, to provide the 2025 legislature and governor with rules to implement the clean heat standard and then change, pass, or repeal the provisions of S5. That's it. That is all that we are voting on today. To be clear, a yes vote today will not increase the cost of Vermonters' fuel. And a no vote today will not protect the cost of Vermonters' fuel. Your vote today will neither require Vermonters to rip out their fuel systems nor to install heat pumps. Your vote today will not incentivize the clear cutting of forests or the importation of palm oil. We are not voting on those things today. We will be voting in 2025 with a lot more certainty and detail about those things if we pass this bill today. Now, I would like to walk through the sections of the bill. Section 1 is our title, and Section 2, we have our findings. In Section 3, we have a number of sections which I'll go through. Section 3 is adding a new chapter into the Vermont statutes, into Title 30, and this will be Chapter 94, the Clean Heat Standard. So Section 8121 states the intent of the legislature, which should be used in the rulemaking process. That intent is to achieve Vermont's thermal sector greenhouse gas emissions reductions necessary to meet the requirements in statute, to minimize costs to customers, and to recognize that affordable heating is essential for Vermonters. Federal funds should be used for clean heat measures to the greatest extent possible. In Section 8122, we establish the standard and that the standard will require obligated parties to retire clean heat credits with an annual amount set by the Public Utility Commission. The PUC, by rule or order, shall adopt a system of clean heat credits, which can be from direct delivery of clean heat measures, contract for work to generate credits, purchase of credits. It will establish the default delivery agent, and an obligated party must tell the PUC how they plan to acquire those credits. Section 8122 requires the PUC to adopt rules or orders to implement the clean heat standard. In 8123, we have a number of definitions, including some key definitions and changes from previous versions of this bill, like a carbon intensity value. and defining the thermal sector. And we have taken care in this bill to define the thermal sector as fuels used for heat, not transportation, and we have asked the PUC to come back and give us additional means of ensuring that that is the case. In Section 8124, we are talking about the Clean Heat Standard compliance. The required amounts of credits for the obligated parties will be set by the PUC and may be adjusted for good cause. There is a circuit breaker in here. If we see that the market is beginning to go awry, the PUC may pause the obligations. The obligations will be updated every 3 years. There is an annual registration process for fuel sellers starting in January 31st, 2024, fuel importers, excuse me. That's really important. We heard testimony from the fuel dealers themselves. They want to make sure that everyone's in and no one is trying to skirt this. There are also in the compliance section early action credits, and that will allow us to utilize the funds that we are investing, that we've received from the federal government in 2023 and other years to be counted as part of this, which helps to provide a smoother transition for our fuel importers and also more benefit for our Vermonters, and especially our low and moderate income Vermonters. We also have equity provisions in this compliance section that the PUC shall design and implement the Clean Heat Standard to minimize negative impacts on low and moderate income Vermonters, and that at least 16% of the credits must come from low income and 16% from moderate income Vermonters. The required percentages can be adjusted for good cause. Credit banking will be allowed. Enforcement, the PUC can use their enforcement authority from Title 30, including penalties and injunctions. And the AG's office would enforce violations of the Clean Heat Standard under the Consumer Protection Act. The PUC shall require records from obligated parties and set a records retention schedule. In Section 8125, we are looking at the default delivery agent. There may be multiple default delivery agents. The PUC will go out and put out an RFP. This has to be a statewide entity, and the PUC and the Department of Public Service will have oversight over this company and its operation and budget. Obligated parties shall use this default delivery agent to fulfill their obligation unless they have a plan to meet the obligation in another way. The PUC sets the price to be paid to the default delivery agent, and funds collected from enforcement will go to the default delivery agent to generate more credits for low and moderate income Vermont customers. 8126 is rulemaking and allows the PUC to adopt rules on the Clean Heat Standard and also issue orders. Orders may revise the rules. Orders can be appealed to the Supreme Court. In 8127, we are looking at the clean heat credit, the tradable clean heat credits. This is where the PUC will be developing and coming back to us in 2025, a system of tradable credits for delivery of greenhouse gas emissions reduction measures. The DPS, Department of Public Service, shall perform verification of emissions reductions of those measures. The credit values shall be based, this is really important, on life cycle emissions. So we're really looking comprehensively here. Pipeline gas needs to have renewable attributes attached to count as clean heat measures. The carbon intensity of fuels, for fuels to be eligible for credit, they must have a carbon intensity below 80. The allowed carbon intensity of fuels declines over time. The PUC will establish a schedule of amounts credit actions are eligible for using the GREET model or other equivalent, and shall biennially review consequences of installing the clean heat measures. Credits can be generated by anyone, even by actions required for other programs in the state. Section 8128 talks about the Clean Heat Standard Technical Advisory Group. This group will advise the PUC on technical issues with the Clean Heat Standard. They'll be appointed by the PUC and shall include members of the Department of Public Service, the Agency of Natural Resources, and others with relevant expertise. The PUC shall hire a third-party consultant to develop clean heat measures, characterizations, and relevant assumptions, including the CO2 life cycle emissions analysis, and the TAG shall provide feedback to the consultant. In Section 8129, we are looking at the Clean Heat Standard Equity Advisory Group. And the PUC shall appoint that group to ensure low and moderate income Vermonters are not negatively impacted by the Clean Heat Standard. The group shall have 10 members, and at a minimum shall include at least one representative from the following groups: the Department of Public Service, the Office of Economic Opportunity, Community Action Agencies, Efficiency Vermont, individuals with socioeconomically, racially, and geographically diverse backgrounds, renters and rental property owners, and a member of the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association. Section 8130 is severability and allows sections of the Act to be severed if found unconstitutional while leaving the rest of the Act intact. And Section 8131 provides rulemaking authority. In this section, we have what has been referred to as the check back. In the rulemaking authority, we prohibit the PUC from adopting orders and filing final clean heat standard rules with the Secretary of State without specific authorization from the General Assembly. This section would need to be repealed for the clean heat standard rules to take effect. So I've just walked through the sections of the new chapter in law, which is the Clean Heat Standard. Now, in Section 4, we direct the Agency of Natural Resources to include a sensitivity analysis in the greenhouse gas emissions inventory and forecasts. In Section 5, we direct the Department of Tax to provide the PUC and the DPS with information related to the fuel tax. In Section 6, we talk about the Clean Heat Standard implementation, and there's additional measures in here around the checkback. The PUC will start the proceeding on the Clean Heat Standard by August 31st, 2023, and may hire a facilitator to assist in the public outreach. They shall hold 6 public hearings or workshops and accept public comments. PUC shall additionally invite anyone that the Equity Advisory Group recommends. PUC shall use funding to advertise public hearings and issue draft rules and provide a 30-day public comment period on it before filing final rules with the Secretary of State and LCAR. The PUC shall issue final rules on the Clean Heat Standard by January 1st, 2025. The rules shall go to the General Assembly for review, and they cannot take effect until the General Assembly enacts specific authorization to do so. Parts of the statutory rulemaking requirements are waived in order to accomplish this. After the first set of rules are adopted, the PUC shall use regular rulemaking to update them. The PUC shall hire the consultant for the Clean Heat Credit System by January 15th of 2023, and by January 15th, 2024, by January 15th, 2024, the PUC shall report to the legislature suggesting revenue streams to fund the programs. The PUC shall submit reports and testify to committees of jurisdiction on January 15th, 2024, and 2025 on progress and estimates of potential price impacts. Section 7 has our appropriations. The Public Utility Commission, they have testified they need 1 staff attorney, 1 analyst, and 1 limited service analyst. With those positions and the costs associated with developing the Clean Heat Standard, we are appropriating $825,000. The Department of Public Service has requested 1 staff attorney and 2 analysts. They have testified they need $900,000 for new positions, for conducting the potential study, and for costs associated with developing the Clean Heat Standard. Section 8 talks about the effective date, which is on passage. We've got an extensive timeline that we could walk through, but that is included as part of the bill. For witnesses, the House Environment and Energy heard from more than 40 witnesses in our committee. These witnesses included representatives from the Vermont Fuel Dealers, the Agency of Natural Resources, the Department of Public Service, Public Utility Commission, the Vermont Department of Taxes, the Attorney General, members of the Climate Council, advocates for Vermont businesses, environmentalists, housing developers, low and moderate income advocates, and others. The vote out of the House Environment and Energy Committee was 8-3, and we ask for the body's support.
And now reporting for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Waitsfield.
Madam Speaker, as we had heard from the presenter of the bill from the House Environment and Energy Committee, S5 contains an appropriation which you can find in Section 7 of the bill, beginning on page 1951. Section 7 has two appropriations totaling $1,725,000. $825,000 is for the Public Utility Commission and $900,000 to the Public Service Department. There's a joint fiscal office fiscal note for S5 on the House Appropriations Committee webpage under today's date. The House Appropriations Committee agrees with this appropriation. The House Committee on Appropriation offers one amendment to S5, which can be found on page 1952 in today's calendar. There are three instances of amendment. The first instance of amendment adds a new first sentence to Section 3 of 30 VSA Chapter 94 in Section 8128, subsection B. The added language addresses the size of the technical advisory group, which was lacking in the bill, and does so in a manner that parallels the establishment of the Equity Advisory Group as described in Section 8129. The second instance of amendment makes a slight modification to Section 330 VSA Chapter 94 in Section 8129, subsection B. This amendment adds the entity, the Vermont Association of Area Agencies on Aging, to the list of members that would make up the Clean Heat Standard Equity Advisory Group. This amendment is to ensure that the concerns of older Vermonters are being represented in the advisory group. The third instance of amendment adds a new subsection K to Section 6, the Public Utility Commission implementation section. The amendment has the Equity Advisory Group report on its findings from its review of issues as described as part of its duties in Section 8129, subsection A. This instance of amendment creates another check back to the legislature. Madam Speaker, we thank the Environment and Energy Committee for their work. On a vote of 8-3-1, your House Committee on Appropriations voted favorably for our amendment, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, we thank the Appropriations Committee for their amendment, and House Environment and Energy voted to support it by a vote of 10-0-1.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy be amended as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy. Now the member from Manchester, Representative James, and others offers an amendment to the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, this amendment proposes several clarifying revisions to S5, adding language that deepens and strengthens our legislative intent around equity and future legislative approval. You'll find the language starting on page 1952 of today's calendar. The first four instances of amendment all address Section 3 of the underlying bill, which lays out parameters for clean heat standard compliance. In each case, our goal is to make it crystal clear that residents of mobile and manufactured homes should not and cannot be left behind as Vermont moves to cleaner, more stable, and more affordable ways of heating our homes. Madam Speaker, in Bennington County, where I live, about 10% of residents live in mobile home parks. The numbers are similar in many other Vermont counties. Nationally, 2/3 of these Americans earn less than $50,000 a year. And here in Addison County, for example, 75% of these residents have income below $50,000. While S5, as presented to you today, already supports investments to benefit residents of manufactured homes, I'll briefly walk you through the suggested language that expands this intent. The first instance of amendment found on page 1934 of your calendar, or of the bill, of the bill in the calendar, specifies that residents of manufactured homes must be prioritized in this program, alongside Vermonters with low and moderate income, households with the highest energy burdens, and renters. The second instance of amendment clarifies that weatherization or other efficiency or electrification measures in manufactured homes are included as eligible clean heat measures. You can find that on page 1941. And finally, on page 1946, the third and fourth instances of amendment expand the Equity Advisory Group to include representation from community action agencies with both expertise in low-income weatherization and expertise in serving residents of manufactured homes. It also requires the Equity Advisory Group to provide information and recommendations to the PUC about the specific challenges that residents of manufactured homes face and the best way to ensure that residents of manufactured homes have equitable access to these clean heat measures. Madam Speaker, the final part of this amendment serves to clarify the intent of the General Assembly as it relates to how the Public Utility Commission would issue rules or orders to implement this program. On this section, I'd like to yield to the member from Dover.
The member from Manchester yields to the member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, the fifth instance of amendment deals with Section 6, the Public Utility Commission's implementation, in subsection F, and it inserts a new subdivision 5 to read as follows. The final proposed rules shall contain the first set of annual required amounts for obligated parties as described in Section 8124A1. The first set of annual required amounts shall only be adopted through the rulemaking process established in this section and not through an order. What we are doing here, Madam Speaker, is making it abundantly clear that as requested by the governor, as sent from the Senate, the clean heat standard cannot be implemented without a vote from the House and from the Senate and with the governor. This section says literally that the first requirements on our fuel importers, the first obligations that they will have, will be included in the rules that are presented to us for voting in 2025. That is when we will consider whether or not we want to move forward with this, and those rules will be in there. Without an obligation on any fuel importer, it is impossible to move this forward. So this is just further clarifying we are not going anywhere without another vote in 2025. So the committee heard this amendment from Representative James and voted 8-1 to find this favorable, and we ask for your support.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Manchester and others? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have further amended the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy. And now the member from Chittenden, Representative Harrison, and others offers an amendment to the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Chittenden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been a lot of concern raised about the potential price impact of S5 on our heating fuels. Secretary Moore has estimated a 70 cents per gallon increase. Others have said that it will be much more, while some have said it will be less. The amendment offered by me and other members can be found on page 1953 of today's calendar. In Section 3, 30 VSA, Chapter 94, Section 8124, in subsection A, it replaces the language in number 4. In the committee amendment, it says that the Public Utilities Commission may adjust the requirements of this legislation if there are undue financial impacts on particular customers. The amendment here spells out what those undue financial impacts are by specifying no more than 20-cent increase above the New England average for heating fuel prices. It allows the PUC to determine the period they look at for average fuel price. As an example, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, yesterday, the Vermont oil price was less than a half-cent different than the New England average. We offer this amendment in the spirit of assuring our constituents that their worst fears won't be realized. It is interesting to me how past proposals to increase the tax on heating fuels have been controversial. This legislature debated a 2-cent increase in the fuel tax a few years ago and ultimately decided against it. The then and current fuel tax rate is 2 cents per gallon on the sale of fuel oil, kerosene, propane, and other dyed diesel fuel, and raises $4 to $4.5 million per year. These funds are mostly spent to support the low-income weatherization assistance program trust fund, and some funds are also allocated to LIHEAP. The Act 62 report recommended increasing the tax on the sale of fuel oil, kerosene, etc., from the current 2 cents to 4 cents in 2021 and 6 cents in 2023, with the revenue used to expand more weatherization. I believe these recommendations were ignored, not only because they are tough votes to take, but they also raise costs to our constituents. Yet today, we have a bill before us that is likely to raise the cost of heating fuels by many multiples of 2 or 4 cents. If you are comfortable that the price impact will be minimal, then this amendment should be easy to support. If you believe it will be more and want the bill to pass and allow it to go higher, then you will want to reject this amendment. I ask for your support. Madam Speaker, when the vote is taken, I request it be done by roll.
The member from Chittenden requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Is the member sustained? The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. And now for the committee, member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, we thank the member for bringing his amendment to the House Environment and Energy Committee this morning, or yesterday afternoon. We know that in the last 14 heating seasons, there have been more than 147 weeks when the residential average price of propane in Vermont was 20 cents or more than the residential average price of propane in New England, ranging as high as 53 cents. We also know that there were 23 weeks in the last 16 heating seasons when the residential average price of fuel oil in Vermont was 20 cents or higher than the residential average price of fuel oil in New England, ranging as high as 36 cents higher. And so we know that there's volatility in this market, even amongst our neighbors in New England. Madam Speaker, I want to go back to remind folks of an important aspect of what we are doing today. Today, we are creating the clean heat standard in statute. We are having the PUC develop the marketplace and the rules for implementing that standard. And we are providing the 2025 legislature and governor with rules to implement the standard, which we may change, pass, or repeal in 2025. In 2025, we will have a lot more information than we have today. We will be conducting this potential study with the positions and facilitation and consultants that we are moving forward in this bill. And that potential study will help us understand more about the volatility around us. It will help us understand the opportunity that's in front of us, our limitations around workforce, and a number of other aspects that will inform our vote in 2025. In 2025, any price increase that happens as a result of us voting to implement, if we do in 2025, will be based on the decisions the fuel dealers make themselves. But we have time to get there. This amendment is really putting us at a disadvantage. In fact, this may be a lot higher than what we expect or what we may see in terms of fuel credit prices. We took testimony, Madam Speaker, from Oregon, where they've implemented a similar program, a clean heat program for automobiles. So it's not exactly the same. That implementation actually resulted in clean heat credit costs of around 6 cents. Now, Oregon's larger than Vermont. Again, these are transportation fuels, not heating fuels. But we're not expecting the kind of prices that have been floated out there, scaring Vermonters. And again, we are not voting today to increase or prevent increases in fuel costs. So the committee vote on this amendment was 3-7-1. We ask that the body support the committee and vote no. Thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others member from Chittenden?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to briefly respond. Obviously, none of us know what the future will bring. And if this is the wrong number, obviously the next legislature can adjust that. But I thought I heard the reporter say could conceivably be more than what the number is, and that scares me. Madam Speaker, I am responsible for the constituents of my district, as we all are. And I read somewhere from one of the organizations supporting this bill that we will be watching the vote and make it as part of our report card. Madam Speaker, that's very fair. We all should be accountable for our votes. But more important to me is I'm responsible to my vote, to the constituents, the people who sent me here. And I've heard loud and clear, 70 cents scares the heck out of them. I am trying to work in a way that maybe we can show that we did something to make sure that your worst fears are not realized. Hey, if we have to adjust it and it's in the best interest in a couple of years, we can do that. Madam Speaker, I urge members of this body to support this amendment. This is obviously a work in progress. Let's help Vermonters. Thank you.
Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I do want to clarify. In fact, I did not say that the prices could be higher, but they could. And the fact of the matter is, I trust the body that will be assembled here in 2025 with significantly more information to take that information into account. They will certainly be hearing from Vermonters who, at that time, will be much better informed and not having been terrified by this false information that has been pushed out there irresponsibly during a time when folks have had to make choices already because of the $2 increases they're paying right now. They've had to make choices about heating and eating, and it's irresponsible what has been put out there. So again, this type of a price cap could in fact also come back 2025, could be a recommendation from the PUC. It could be something that this body decides they'd like to do. And they will have a lot more information to allow them to do that thoughtfully. So again, we urge you to stick with the committee and vote no.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others? Are you ready for the question? Member from Barrytown.
Madam Speaker, the vagaries of this bill are evident from the presenter's testimony. I rise in support of this amendment. It is clear from the testimony that has been given on this bill that no concrete cost of the bill's implementation have been established. We have heard that the amount of 70 cents per gallon that was put forth by Secretary Julie Moore was far too high. If that is indeed so, join me in supporting this cap of 20 cents per gallon, not a mandatory hike. A vote of yes on this amendment will both ease the minds of Vermonters, advance our goals of emissions reduction, and most importantly, protect our most vulnerable.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, this amendment is way out over its skis. It presumes to see into the future. At the same time, it ignores a key part of this bill. The potential study, which will be in the hands of this body before the 2025 session, will analyze and quantify both opportunities and difficulties we may encounter as we decide whether and how to proceed with the Affordable Heat Act in 2025. We will at that point know a lot of information we can't know at this point. This amendment attempts to prejudge which element of that information is the most important. We should let the 2025 legislature make that determination with the totality of information they will have in front of them at that time. The Affordable Heat Act will save Vermonters billions of dollars. Why would we want to add a completely arbitrary number to halt progress toward that goal? It is worthy of noting here that a 19.5-cent increase under this amendment would not matter, but a 20.5-cent increase would trip the circuit breaker. This penny of difference pales in comparison to the $2 increase we have seen in the last year and a half. It makes no sense. Our objective here today is to gain control of those wild fluctuations in price, currently completely out of our control, and replace them with a stable platform that is significantly more under our control. Why on earth would we want to throw up obstacles designed to thwart our efforts to reach that goal? Finally, with their testimony, the Public Utility Commission asked us to leave them as much flexibility as possible as they implement this complex bill over time. While I believe in guardrails as much as anybody in this body, I do not believe in guardrails that actually make it harder to get the job done. We should defeat this amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others? Are you ready for the question? If so, member from Swanton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I interrogate the presenter of the amendment?
The member from Chittenden is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, I thought I understood the amendment, and then I heard or other arguments piece. Could I ask, please, what, as the presenter or the presenter of the amendment, what is the harm if everything's going to be redone by 2025? Can you explain to me what is the harm of going ahead and trying to assuage the biggest concerns of your constituents?
Madam Speaker, I do not believe there is any harm in this amendment. As we know, we can adjust things as we get closer to the actual adoption of rules, and that if this number is too low, we can adjust it upward, or we can adjust it downward, or if we're confident that it will have a minimal impact, we could say we don't need this and repeal it. Madam Speaker, if I may, I was thankful for the committee taking the time yesterday to listen to the amendment, ask some questions, but it occurred to me, one of the questions they asked me, why 20 cents? And I'll be honest with you, it felt right. It felt like I could sell that I don't want to sell any increase, but maybe I could sell that. I did my best, we did our best to come up with a number. Madam Speaker, if the committee was concerned, oftentimes when you present amendments to a committee, they might say, well, how about if we tweaked it this way? And they could have said, you know, if you said 25 cents, maybe we could support that. Or if you said 30 cents, maybe we could support that. 40 cents, pick a number. There wasn't that dialogue and exchange, which sort of makes me believe there is no interest whatsoever in a cap.
Point of order,
Leave
Madam
it up
Speaker.
to the PUC.
Member from Burlington, what is your point of order?
The member may be impugning the motive of the committee.
Can I please see the members up at the podium? Thank you. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seat? Member from Burlington, I find your point of order not well taken, but very close. Member from Chittenden, please remember you went right up to the line to stick to the specific policy, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Chittenden.
I'm through with that question. I will defer to the member from Swanton if he has any more interrogation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part, but I got the answer to my question unless I missed the last part. So thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others, member from Berrytown?
Madam Speaker, may I speak again?
Can you
Madam
repeat that?
Speaker, may I speak again?
This is your second time, so you don't have to ask for permission. It's
Okay,
understood.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to ask myself, is there any good reason to vote against this amendment? And I cannot see one. If the people have been misinformed, why not put this safeguard in place? Why not ease their minds?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. That question was asked and answered.
Member, can you please repeat that?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. That question was asked and answered.
Can I please see members up at the podium? Will the House please come to order? And members kindly take their seats. Will the House please come to order? Member from Burlington, I find your point of order not well taken. The member was giving a statement and not an interrogation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Berrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll come back to my point. If we cannot put this safeguard in place, we are not doing our best to represent the Vermonters that we were sent here to take care of. We should ease their minds. We should do our duty. We should support this amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy be amended as further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others, member from Dover?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will remind the body that we have put in place the ultimate safeguard in this bill by requiring that we gather significantly more information, that we assess the market, and that the 2025 legislature review that information before making any determinations on whether or not to proceed. The committee fundamentally did not get into these debates about price because that is not where we are in the aspect of this program. We will not have information about price until after we get this information, at which point this debate will make a lot more sense and will be a lot more informed. So again, we ask the body to stick with the committee and vote no.
Are you ready for the question? If so, the clerk will commence to call the roll.
Andrews of Westford.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from passing notes and conversation during a roll call. When the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your vote. The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended be further amended as offered by the member from Chittenden and others? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Andriano of Orwell. Anthony of Berry City. Arison of Weathersfield. Arsenault of Williston. Austin of Colchester. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Beck of St. Johnsbury. Berbecco of Winooski. Byrong of Vergennes. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Bongarts of Manchester. Boslin of Westminster. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brennan of Colchester. Brown of Richmond. Brownell of Pownell. Brumstead of Shelburne. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro.
No.
Burrows of West Windsor.
No.
Buss of Woodstock. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Canfield of Fairhaven. Carpenter of Hyde Park. Carroll of Bennington. Casey of Montpelier. Chapin of East Montpelier. Chase of Chester. Chase of Colchester. Chestnut Tangerman of Middletown Springs. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Clifford of Rutland City. Coffey of Guilford. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Corcoran of Bennington. Cordes of Lincoln. DeMar of Enosburg. Demro of Corinth. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolan of Waitsfield. Donahue of Northfield. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Elder of Starksboro. Emmons of Springfield. Farley's Rubio of Barnet. Galfetti of Berrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Ghostland of Northfield. Graham of Williamstown. Granning of Jericho. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hango of Berkshire. Harrison of Chittenden. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Hooper Burlington. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Hyman of South Burlington. James of Manchester. Jerome of Brandon. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow of South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. LaBounty of Linden. Lally of Shelburne. Lalonde of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. Lanford of Vergennes. LaRush of Franklin. Levitt of Grand Isle. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. McGuire of Rutland City. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. Matos of Milton. McCann of Montpelier. McCarthy of St. Albans City. McCoy of Poultney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mahali of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan of Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Mrowicki of Putney. Mulvaney Stanek of Burlington. Nicole of Ludlow. Knott of Rutland City. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Page of Newport City. Ayala of Londonderry. Parsons of Newberry. Pat of Worcester. Pearl of Danville. Peterson of Clarendon. Pouch of Heinsberg. Priestley of Bradford. Rachelson of Burlington. Rice of Dorset. Roberts of Halifax. Samus of Castleton. Sakowitz of Randolph. Shia Middlebury. Shaw of Pittsford. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Sims of Craftsbury. Small of Winooski. Smith of Derby. Squirrel of Underhill. Stebbins of Burlington. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Supernon of Barnard. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Colchester. Templeman of Brownington. Tolino of Brattleboro. Tooth of St. Albans Town. Torrey of Moortown. Troiano of Stannard. Walker of Swanton. Waters Evans of Charlotte. White of Bethel. Whitman of Bennington. Williams of Berry City. Williams of Granby. Wilson of Linden. Wood of Waterbury. Cordes of Lincoln. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Elder of Starksboro. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hedrick of Burlington. Logan of Burlington.
For purposes of explanation, member from Williston.
Madam Speaker, I voted no because this concept is unvetted and premature. Now is not the time to constrain the necessary and detailed work that lies ahead of the PUC, which will be done in coordination with technical and equity experts. The 2025 legislature will have more information to make choices about the details of the implementation of the Clean Heat Standard in 2025 once that body has the opportunity for additional review and debate.
Member from Chittenden.
Madam Speaker, this amendment would have helped mitigate the worst fears of Vermonters. I am sorry it did not pass.
Member from Rutland City.
I vote no on this amendment. S5 establishes a comprehensive study to enable us to meet our emission reduction goals. We will review this information in 2025 and make the decision that is right for Vermonters. I do not want to see this process hampered in any way, including altering it to accommodate unverifiable but scary sounding possibilities. This legislature is committed to doing right by our constituents, and this amendment is not needed.
Member from Halifax.
Madam Speaker, the amendment would only tie the hands of the PUC, tie the hands of the PUC in its work and not add to the consumer protections already inherent in S5.
And member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
I vote no on this amendment because it is bad policy. 20 cents above what? Per a gallon of oil? per millions of metrics of British thermal units of propane, per pounds of carbon emissions from natural gas. This amendment shows exactly why we need this bill, so that experts in energy, equity, and economics research and analyze energy policy rather than legislators going by what feels right.
Member from Middletown Springs.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
Madam Speaker, the time to make the decision to halt or proceed with the program is after we have the information, not before.
Member from Derby. Okay. Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 43. Those voting no, 101. The nays have it, and you have declined to amend the report of the Committee on Environment and Energy. Now the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended? Members, one moment. Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I explain my vote, please? As I previously requested.
Okay, you may.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I stand in support of this amendment because Vermonters here in 2023, not just 2025, deserve clarity and accountability. This bill as it currently sits is vague at best. It places assumptions and responsibilities onto a future that has not even occurred yet. And to clarify, our current costs in energy are a direct relation to coming out of a global pandemic, the largest land war in Europe since 1945, and a federal government which consistently chooses not to pursue or utilize exploration of domestic energy sources. This has created a perfect storm of energy shortages. And to further clarify, the people sitting in this room have a responsibility for the people of Vermont, not the Paris Accords, not any federal administration, not any political party, not any special interest group. The people of Vermont, no one else. They trust us with their lives, the lives of their loved ones, and to help regulate their quality of life. This amendment provides some accountability, not knowing what the future is going to provide. And we're not going to be kicking down the road again to another legislature so that way we are sitting here with the exact same issue in 2025. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, if we can't provide accountability to the people of Vermont, we don't deserve to be here. Thank you.
Members, I just want to remind folks where we are with the questions. The next question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? If you vote yes, then the next question is the amendment. The next question up will be from the amendment from the member from Lowell. So the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so.
Point of inquiry.
Member from Williamstown.
I'm under the belief that this body of legislators in this biennium cannot bind a future body of legislators in a future biennium to take action on specific legislation. And this bill would do that.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, Member from Williamstown, were you making a statement or was there a point of inquiry?
It was a point of inquiry.
Member from Williamstown, that is something that the chair cannot rule upon. So the question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, I just want to remind us that what we are doing is putting in place a process for establishing the clean heat standard, asking the PUC to work with technical and equity experts to create this credit system, to bring forward to the 2025 legislature rules that they may choose to implement, choose to change, choose to do nothing with, or choose to turn down. We are not obligating that legislature. We are informing them. They may do nothing with that information. So again, Madam Speaker, we are looking for a yes and to vote with the committee in amending the bill.
Member from Rutland City.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, it's been one of them days. S5 sets up a new funding source that is supposed to incentivize people to change their heating systems so as to use fewer fossil fuels. But how effective is this? I've gotten many responses from my constituents, my neighbors, people that are really struggling out there right now. People that do have heat pumps that have spent a significant amount of money to install them. They're effective for air conditioning, but they are a secondary heat source. So what we have here is a bill that incentivizes, I believe that's the official word, incentivizes a homeowner to buy a new heating system by paying some, but not all of the upfront costs that are supposed to save money over time. But if, like my neighbors, my constituents, the system doesn't work properly, it really won't save any money, and the homeowner will be left with the choice of running his heat pump and paying huge electric bills. We're going back to the old system on the coldest of days and paying for the tradable credits that the fuel dealer is forced to charge for. This is especially cruel for those on low incomes and retirees who can't afford the upfront costs of installing a new system. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. And while we often whine about the plight of Vermonters' most vulnerable, this bill, in plain English, really sticks it to them. There's a lot more wrong with this bill, but it certainly doesn't make heating your home any more affordable. And if it doesn't do that, there's no reason to vote for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Putney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As one of those people who has switched to a heat pump, I'd like to share my experience. We built our house in 1989. Well insulated, pretty good windows, 2x6 framing, so it's well insulated. But we heated with wood, because that's what we could afford. And at the time, putting up 5 cords a year was not a big deal for me. As time wore on, though, putting up 5 cords got to be a little bit, so we started buying some wood, and eventually we got to buying all of our wood. Now this year, wood was about $300 a cord, and we would have spent about $1,500 to heat our house. Now going back, we bought the pump on time. You can get pretty good rates. It took us 3 years to pay it off. It was $83 a month. Coming back to this year, we've project about $900 for the season for the electricity to pay for heating our home. So that's a difference of $600 we're saving now every year, a huge percentage. And that's the options that are out there. That's my personal experience, and I think we're going to see more and more of that. The bottom line here, this is going to save money, it's going to stabilize costs. In October of 21, a gallon of fuel oil was $2.56. October 22, $4.35. If anybody wants to maintain that status quo, go ahead. I want to start saving money. I want to start heating cleaner, and we can do both. I'll be voting for the bill.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not an expert on energy, and I have tried to follow the discussion closely. I also tried to read the bill very thoroughly and understand the pieces of it. And what I found most helpful in trying to pursue exactly what happens when and what this actually does or doesn't do was to work through on the timeline rather than the order that the bill lays things out as far as what are the threshold points. And so I'll have to apologize, Madam Speaker, to the body because I will refer to the back and forth of where these different time points are, but I'm using the page numbers from yesterday's calendar because in order to mark it up, I didn't have today's yet. So I can give section numbers and I'll read from the relevant parts. So looking for dates, Madam Speaker, of course, the first one is actually already passed. It's January of 2023, and that's when retroactively actions are eligible for getting credit after the credit system is established if work is done. If that system isn't established for a couple of years, I guess that's a couple of years worth of people not knowing exactly what they have to keep track of, but keep track of everything so that they can claim that credit. That's on page 1888 of yesterday's calendar and 89 that talks about that, that time frame. The next time point is at enactment, of course. And not everything happens at enactment, but at enactment, a number of things go into play. Obviously, the funding in this year's budget, all of the positions and the consultant positions are all part of the enactment. But I think the starting question is what exactly is it that we are enacting? There's been a lot of conversation or statements that make it similar to a study or talk about, well, we're gathering all the information for a later decision in 2025. And I think the language of the bill makes it pretty clear that that's not what we're doing. That is certainly what we should have been doing and could have been doing, is actually setting this up and saying, we are going to gather all this information in order to then make an informed decision. But what we're doing with this bill, if we look to page 1885, the very section 8122, clean heat standard, really basic, straightforward first sentence. The clean heat standard is established, period. It's not will be established based on what we learn over the next 2 years. Under this program, obligated parties shall reduce greenhouse gas emissions attributable to the thermal sector by retiring required amounts of clean heat credits. It's what we are enacting. The second part of that, by rule or order, the Commission will establish or adopt a system of tradable clean heat credits earned from the delivery of clean heat measures. It's not, we'll look into what it would take. It's not study what the elements would be. It is shall establish or adopt by enactment of this bill. C, under that initial enactment, an obligated party shall obtain the required amount of clean heat credits through delivery of eligible clean heat measures by a default delivery agent. Not find out what that would take, not study it, not bring information back to a future legislature, shall do it. And finally, the commission shall adopt rules and may issue orders to implement and enforce. That authority, implement and enforce, is what we are enacting with this bill. So to not enact this, to not be established, would mean needing to repeal what we pass. The General Assembly can refuse to approve the rules that are drafted in 2025, but that does not repeal this act and the enactments that we are proposing in this bill. That would require repeal. And in fact, if we look further at what we are doing and what can or can't happen with or without the General Assembly, we need only to turn to yesterday's calendar again, 1894, where it's very explicit that the requirements to adopt rules and any requirements regarding the need for legislative approval before any part of the Clean Heat Standard goes into effect. So any requirements regarding legislative approval for any part going into effect do not in any way impair the Commission's authority to issue orders or take any other actions, both before and after final rules take effect, to implement and enforce the Clean Heat Standard. That's really explicit. So no matter what is said elsewhere, this is really clear. They do not in any way impair. Any of those other requirements do not in any way impair the authority to issue orders or take other actions to implement and enforce the Clean Heat Standard. It's interesting that in addition, the committee's rules can themselves put a provision in that say we can revise our rules by order without having to follow the Administrative Procedures Act. So it's a pretty broad spread of authority. And in terms of what we're enacting, it's also clear that those heat credits on page 1887 of yesterday's calendar, under Part A, let me find it. 1887. All right, that the annual requirements shall be set at a pace sufficient for Vermont's thermal sector to achieve the reductions required under the Global Warming Solution Act. And the Commission also has enforcement authorities for all of this on page 1890, which is section F of section 6. The committee shall have the authority to enforce the requirements of this chapter and any rules or orders adopted to implement the provisions of this chapter. This is not fact-finding. This is orders of implementation. It's requirements of steps and aspects which can occur notwithstanding anything that says the legislature can approve or disapprove the rules. That's on enactment. Starting July 1st, around the time of enactment this year, the Commission opens proceedings to establish the credit costs. We're now on page 1893. That's not opening proceedings to review or develop information or gather information or study. It is opening a procedure to establish the default delivery agent credit costs or costs. And those procedures then also include a potential study. And Madam Speaker, I must say, I read this a couple of times before I realized that that meant a study on potentiality as opposed to we potentially might or might not do a study, because It's not quite the jargon I'm used to in terms of this area of law. But so this study is actually gathering a couple of specific things. It's an assessment and quantification of technically available, maximum achievable, and program achievable thermal resources. And it also considers and evaluates market conditions for delivery of measures, in other words, whether it can be done, and workforce characteristics. These are exactly the pieces of information we need in order to pass this bill to establish the standard. These are the things that we should be gathering before passing a bill that says we are creating this and we are implementing it. In this July 1st timeframe start point, we also create the Technical Advisory Committee. Somewhat unusual construct from what I'm used to, because it's the commission itself that creates it and also appoints all the members, and likewise with the Equity Advisory Committee. It creates it and it appoints all the membership. There's no outside participation by other groups nominating or proposing membership. And finally, it also designates the hiring of the consultant. So that's all starting July 1st, all those aspects. By or before August 31st is when the rulemaking begins the rulemaking to implement. Again, not a process to gather information. It's rulemaking designed to create the entire implementation structure. It's intentionality about implement. It's not intentionality about drafting a plan. On page 1903 of yesterday's calendar, which is section 6A, we have a somewhat unique aspect where this rulemaking process that begins is constructed in its own way, separate from the standard rulemaking process. It actually allows narrower input because it lists out the areas for public engagement rather than allowing the public to provide any input it pleases. It's actually going to be facilitated for specific purposes. But also of particular interest, at the bottom of page 1903, subpart C, any failure by the commission to meet the specific procedural requirements for public input, in other words, shall not affect the validity of the commission's actions. So that's all what goes into effect this year. January 31st is when the sellers of heat sources must register. So that's interesting because this is something that we're still supposedly only studying, but actually implementing. On page 1887, yesterday's calendar, which goes to section B, at the bottom of that page, each entity that sells heating fuel into or in Vermont shall register. First registration deadline, January 31st of next year, 2024. So we are registering every entity that sells next January. This is not a study. This is not a gathering of information to make decisions in 2 years. This is implementation. The sellers have to register next January. And then in February, legislative update gives us the first two major things that we ought to have before passing a bill that creates this standard. And that is on page 1905, sections 6I and 6H, which we specifically identify what the suggested revenue streams might be. Interesting, because usually before we pass a bill, we identify the revenue streams. And then under I, estimates of the impact on customers, impacts on customer rates, potential impacts on fuel bills for participating and non-participating customers, net impacts on total spending for energy on the thermal sector, and if possible, impacts on economic activity and employment. Those are the pieces of information that we should have before we make a decision to commit to this entire program and project in the way that we commit and establish this standard in this bill voting today. In June of 2024, still before legislature approving just the rulemaking process, we actually have the appointment of the designated agents for up to a 12-year contract. You're signing a 12-year contract 6-7 months before the date that the legislature would review rules and decide to approve the rulemaking portion or not. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's really important to understand that when we get to January of 2025, it will not be the time to readjust. It will not be the time to assemble all the information that was gathered and enter into a decision-making process. All that information was acted upon in establishing the program. There's just a thumbs up or thumbs down on the rules of implementation. We don't even know what might be established by order in the interim, because they can implement by order, not just by rules. This is not a study. It's not just information gathering. It's enacting in statute the Clean Heat Standard and all of the components of it. Those are all shalls. They're not may, they're not evaluate. Madam Speaker, I think we need to continue to be active and aggressive in taking our responsibility to address climate change, but our part will not change the world trajectory. What this bill does is place the cost of attempting to change the world trajectory on our small population, with a highly disproportionate impact on our constituents and our entire state economy, without even having a fundamental grasp of how high those costs may be. I cannot support this bill as presented today.
Member from Dover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm looking to actually see the source of the timeline that is in the bill. The member from Northfield was doing a great job walking us through. And I think has highlighted here a number of the very important places where we are going to gather information that will allow us, rather than wildly speculating about what might happen to fuel prices in a switch to a clean heat standard during a really volatile, with a really volatile, globally priced commodity, we are going to get in here, get the information, establish the standard, and come back in 2025 with the final rules. I have heard others reference, Madam Speaker, that we would be looking at a straight up or down vote in 2025, and that is actually fundamentally not true. In 2025, we will be presented with these rules. As we noted in the walkthrough of the bill, we are today establishing the clean heat standard in statute. We can repeal it if we find that our work with the commission, the product of that work and the potential study says to us, this does not look workable. I mean, I've seen that before in my first year here with universal health care. The numbers came back and that was pretty distressing for folks, but we stopped the progress that we were making on that. So there's precedent for that. So this is moving us forward with the potential study, giving us information, establishing the clean heat standard. When we come back, we'll have the rules. We will have the option to, we'll have to pass a bill that says, implement the rules notwithstanding this section of the rules, perhaps, if there are sections that are disagreeable to the 2025 legislature, implement the rules, and also put in place, for instance, price cap. Implement the rules, and for instance, let's put in place some supports for smaller businesses, or we've found that the protections for low and moderate income folks are not high enough, so we'd like to add that. Implement the rules and add that. Again, we may come back in 2025, those of us that choose to run and are lucky enough to return here, we may receive this information and do nothing. Do nothing. We are not obligated in 2025 to move forward with this. Certainly what's happening to our constituents now, hopefully we will feel obligated to help make a sane transition here with a sensible transition here. And so that's it. We have a lot of options. We cannot wildly speculate about pricing. We have to get this information. We have to assess this market, create this market in order to have the information that is necessary for us to responsibly vote and to stop irresponsibly speculating about these prices and scaring the heck out of Vermonters. This is the only way that we will actually have the information that we need. And Vermonters need us to do this. Double. People are paying double. This year they paid for their heat that they were paying 2 years ago. It's unconscionable for us to not act. So I urge the body to stick with us, to vote yes for the bill as amended.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to express my appreciation for the use of the terms wildly speculating. That is exactly what we're doing by enacting the Clean Heat Standard and enacting this statute for today. I wholly support not wildly speculating and doing all of this work before we pass and create the entire standard that's laid out in this rule as in this bill as being created. If we did the homework, if we had this entire thing put together as information gathering by laying out those steps before wildly speculating, I would wholeheartedly endorse it. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? Member from Middlebury.
Madam Speaker, change is hard. And this bill is designed to help us understand the costs and benefits of these necessary changes and to ease the transition from expensive carbon-intensive fossil fuels for all Vermonters, especially the most vulnerable. I urge the body to vote yes.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard from my constituents in emails, texts, phone calls, petitions, and a multitude of face-to-face conversations on S5. Overwhelmingly, they have voiced their opposition to this bill. Of all my constituents that have contacted me, one story resonates the most. This individual is a retiree living on a fixed income. She had had her fuel oil tank topped off with 200 gallons. It cost her nearly $1,100 to do this. She told me, and I quote, "I don't have that kind of money." Sadly, she had to write a check against her home equity line of credit to pay this bill, putting herself into further debt. She asked me to vote no on this bill that will drive costs up further for her. Based on this testimonial and many others, I will be listening to my constituents and voting no on this bill.
Member from Orwell.
Madam Speaker, I just want to echo what my colleague from Northfield said a few moments ago regarding her analysis of the timeline of this bill, the fact that passing it would implement the bill. and in particular, her analysis regarding the language regarding orders in this bill. One of my greatest concerns about the changes made in this bill from the version as passed by the Senate is that in several areas where the language used to say that orders could not be enacted, before the approval by the legislature in 2025, that language was removed and has, considering all of the areas in the bill where it says by rule or order, I'm very concerned as to what sorts of orders the PUC could implement without our approval. And so I appreciate what the member from Dover said with regards to the rulemaking authority and the check back provisions regarding that rulemaking authority. That aligns with my analysis as well. But I remain very concerned about the fact that language has been taken out regarding the order, the ability for the PUC to make orders. That language, barring that, was taken out of the version as passed by the Senate. And that is one of the reasons that I will be voting no on the question. Thank you.
Member from Dover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the members are picking up on something important that we can further explain here. The PUC actually came to the House Environment and Energy Committee and talked with us about their ability to move forward and bring to us all of the information that we need, given the check back provision that was established in the Senate. There were, as the member from Orwell has noted, a prohibition on issuing orders, and that actually ties their hands from being able to create different aspects of the market, looking at the designated delivery agent, the default delivery agent, et cetera. And so we removed that language, but you will recall, Madam Speaker, today, as a result of doing that, to ensure that we honored both the request of the governor that the legislature vote before enacting the clean heat standard and the work that our Senate colleagues did in the James Amendment that we heard earlier today, we put in place additional measures to ensure that we could not move forward because of the request for flexibility that the PUC had put forward to us around the orders. I will note that the PUC is given authority to issue orders in the following sections in case my colleagues from Orwell and Northfield have not hit all of them. In 8124D to implement and enforce the clean heat standard, 8126A to implement and enforce the clean heat standard, 8122B, 8127A to establish the credits, 8125B to appoint the default delivery agent, 8125D timeline for timeline for the DDA costs and obligated party plans, and 8127G to establish the emissions schedule. Orders and rules are different. So these orders are necessary. They're part of the public process for the PUC to establish these really key aspects of the clean heat standard that will help us understand, rather than wildly speculating about the potential cost of moving to a clean heat standard, that will give us the information that will help us understand what that cost might be and bring us back a set of rules. And the rules will tell us how to implement the clean heat standard. And included in those rules will be the first set of obligations for our fuel importers. And those rules that tell us how to implement the clean heat standard may not go into effect unless the 2025 legislature chooses to take them up and pass them. And at that time, they may not withstand sections of them, they may add pieces to them, or they may do nothing. And so again, looking for the body to join us in supporting this amended bill.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Dorset.
Madam Speaker, a yes vote today will begin the process of making sure that we don't leave anyone behind in the rural communities that I represent as we transition away from price volatile fossil fuels and toward cleaner, more predictable, more affordable sources of heat for our homes and businesses. I'm grateful to the committee for their work addressing unintended consequences that might have disproportionately and negatively impacted our rural and agricultural communities. The intent here is clear. This is a bill addressing fuels used for heating, not dyed diesel or other non-thermal fuels, and the plan will be developed as such. Madam Speaker, we've been talking about the need to make this transition for my entire life. Now, we're presented in this body with an opportunity to start the process. Over the next 2 years, there will be public input, stakeholder engagement, reports to the legislature, and in the end, we hope to be presented with a program that helps all Vermonters make this transition in the way that works for them. What we're voting on today is the question of whether we should even engage in the process of seeing what that path looks like. If we understand that the climate crisis is here, and that those who can afford to do so are already making these changes, how could I sit in this room and say no to moving forward with the process of studying how we can make that transition successful for all Vermonters? I won't. I'll vote yes.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Swanton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with huge respect to the presenter, I've heard a number of times that the legislator could choose to do nothing. And my limited time here tells me that's highly unlikely. However, as we'll look at, I rise and represent the constituents of Swanton, where the largest Abenaki population in Vermont resides. And those constituents asked me to remind this legislature that 30% of our electric energy comes from Hydro-Quebec. And they flooded over 6,000 square miles of native land to produce that electricity. Vermont is only 9,616 square miles. And that Hydro-Quebec flooded 6,000 square miles, over 2/3 of the size of Vermont, and my constituents wanted the Assembly to be a reminder of that. The continued push towards electrifying our Vermont structure, or our Vermont citizens, will put increased pressure on that 30% portion that we receive from Hydro-Quebec. Along that same lines, the constituents felt it was important to remind everybody that we are now more than halfway through the length of the contract with Hydro-Quebec that Vermont has for supplying that energy. By the time S5 goes through the process that's been described in depth, and by the time anything that is or is not, whether we choose or choose not to implement, that clock will still be ticking, and the amount of electricity that we use will continue to be a major issue. I don't know how they'll play out. I'm not suggesting what that is. I'm just asked my constituents, asked a reminder that that clock is ticking and we are more than halfway through that contract, and that within the next X number of years that this is implemented, our demand on those Hydro-Quebec services is going to be significantly higher from what I have been able to gather from the presenters today. Also from a constituent from Sheldon, who's had 3 grandsons play through my basketball program, came up to me back at the end of the season in February, and she said, "Doesn't anybody down there remember that we've been through this already?" And I said, "Well, I don't, so perhaps some others don't know either." And she said, back in the great energy crisis in the 70s, the government pushed incredibly hard for electric heat all over Vermont. And then as that crisis passed and the electricity rates skyrocketed and fuel rates went way down, thousands of Vermonters, including herself and her neighbors, tore their electric heating systems out of their houses and sought alternative sources to heat their house because the choice had become some other way or some other spot. I don't know exactly what that relevance is today, but I want you to hear the story from the constituent who said, "Doesn't anybody remember what happened before?" I've seen a whole number of how, if I was looking where I was supposed to, I wouldn't have seen those heads nod. So I want you to know that constituents of mine are saying that their memory is long, and they are concerned with the direction that we're going, and they want to make sure, especially the younger members of this body, understand that we have been through this before, and being overzealous is something that they want to make sure that we caution everyone as we go forward. Where we get the power, how long those contracts are in place, what we've done before as government felt they were best to tell Vermonters what they should or should not do in regards to heating their house. Many of them still remember that this happened. I just wanted to make sure, they wanted me to make sure that you knew that happened. I had another constituent talk to me about the volatility. I've heard that the volatility is something that we should consider in terms of supporting this. And volatility, by definition, means that prices do go way up and they're way too high right now. Volatility also means, that they go down. And I just wanted to make sure that I reminded everybody that it does go up and down. In 2002, number 2 home heating fuel was $2.04 a gallon. In 2020, it was $2.06 a gallon. At the same time, this constituent pointed out to me that in 2002, the price to residential kilowatt hour was 10 cents, 0.1007. And now, Madam Speaker, the price of a kilowatt hour for residential is 0.2015. An over 200% increase in that time frame on the cost of electricity. Volatile, up and down, electricity only goes up. It only goes up. Volatile, other sources go up and down. Choices are important to those constituents. The last piece that I'd have to say, and I'll surprise people with my shortness here, we already are. Vermont is a leader in climate change today. Our Joint Fiscal Office publishes an updated report every single month that's updated annually, then is tracked annually and graphed. We use 90 million gallons less of gasoline than we did at its peak usage all the way back in 2006. Our consumption of energy has gone down 14 of the last 18 years. These are the facts that our climate change youth need to be presented with. They don't know that this is already happening. We can scare people. We scared people on the price of what this is going to do to fuel. We've scared our youth about the future of climate change, but we're not telling them an entire story. We are a leader already in battling climate change. 90 million gallons less of gasoline used since the peak of 2006, and that is not just because of COVID. It's gone down 14 of 18 years. Number 2, we are 44th in the nation in the consumption of overall energy. We live in a cold state, Madam Speaker. To be 44th and have to heat our homes and our businesses and run our factories and our ski lifts in a cold weather environment and to be 44th in consumption, that is already leadership. This is a very climate-driven Vermont populace that has climate at its edge of almost every Vermonter every day. We have lived through climate crisis before and gone too quickly into things. I respect the presenter in terms of I am not speculating, I'm trying to look backwards. I'm not trying to speculate about what's going to happen in the future, but the people of Vermont need to be reminded of what we do today and what we've already done. We already are a climate leader. We've already seen this type of activity before. We do live in a volatile world, and we do get that energy from lots of different locations. I hope that this delayed process that the presenter has put out there will help keep from straining Vermonters any more than they already have, and that we'll keep the lessons of history in mind as these rules by some other body is put together and then brought back to this body. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to keep it very brief. I just wish to express that, and I just got one of these as I was sitting in my seat. I have stacks of them at my desk in my committee room. And Every single one of these from my constituents in Castleton says no. Every single one. To be quite frank, I don't understand this bill. I think many folks in this room don't understand this bill. I think many people in this state don't understand this bill. It's vague, and as heard from testimonies, what's being done now, what's being done later, what is being forced as a responsibility for a future group of legislators that aren't even in this room yet to make decisions on factors that we may not even know. Will the land war in Europe increase? Will it stop? Will there somehow be a reduction in the usages that we have now in terms of our electricity? Will we find a way for the state to sponsor a way of researching alternative forms of electricity? And just to get back to the main point of this, people are not comfortable with this, and it's not a matter of change. It's a matter of poor legislation. And to further clarify, everybody wants to see technology move forward, and I believe in a free market. A good idea has no issue selling itself, and it doesn't need to be legislated onto people and force the government to enter in competition with private businesses. And in addition to that, I'm going to call this bill exactly what it is. It is a carbon tax. Nobody else has said it. I'm going to say it. It is a carbon tax. And as far as I'm concerned, it is going to increase the cost of living for Vermonters of all economic backgrounds, not just the people we're claiming to help, all economic backgrounds. And at that point in time, that doesn't sit well with my conscience. I can't do that to people after they've already experienced a pandemic. They've experienced multiple economic downturns. And on top of that, with the land war in Europe, with Russia being one of the largest providers of fuel and the United States not having the ability to produce enough fuel to stabilize the energy markets right now, we're domestically creating another crisis that doesn't need to happen. And I understand we want to try and address climate change. I get that. But this is the wrong way to do it. And just for further clarification, Madam Speaker, and I promise this is my last point because it's a long day for everybody. Vermont itself is not very energy independent. We import our electricity from out of state. And to be quite frank, a good portion of that electricity is made with fossil fuels. So I would encourage my peers to think about that when they're talking about increasing the rates of electricity, because right now we are importing it from non-sustainable carbon-producing sources. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from St. Johnsbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're starting to get a lot of confusing facts thrown around here, and I'd like to step back for a moment and start from propositions that we can generally agree on. The climate is changing. Oil and propane prices are actually volatile, driven by global markets. Vermont has zero influence on them. The oil and propane roller coaster is typically hard on lower wage and fixed income households. We hear reports that an unexpected $400 expense is a threat to more than half of Americans. An extra $1,000 or more in the heating season is devastating. Public policy should help everyone, especially low and moderate income households, reduce their vulnerability to fossil fuel price volatility. There are two main ways to do that: weatherization and non-fossil heating systems. Both require significant investment up front, which is difficult for most people, even though on a cash flow basis, those actions would save money. Policy ideally should prioritize incentives, not penalties. To be effective, incentives for weatherization and non-fossil heating systems should be predictable, reliable, and have a dedicated funding source. That is not the general fund. Madam Speaker, these points should be beyond serious dispute. We don't need to get into carbon reduction goals and how fast glaciers are melting to recognize that businesses and governments are reacting already. Electric cars are coming, and Vermont is not prepared. The feds are offering money now, but pressure is mounting to increase carbon reduction requirements, and Vermont is not prepared. Other states are upping their game and transitioning their economies now. Vermont is not prepared. We're not prepared yet, but we're getting there. We are building out an EV charging network. We are weatherizing more homes. We are laying plans and making investments to upgrade the electric grid. We are professionalizing our building trades workforce, increasing recruitment and training opportunities, and strengthening the rigor and oversight of energy codes. The Affordable Heat Act is the next stage of preparation. It lays the foundation for stabilizing heating costs over the long term. The economic challenge for Vermont is not the de minimis pennies per gallon of oil. Our challenge is minimizing our exposure to the, yes, wild fluctuations of the global fossil fuel market. Madam Speaker, we all want what's best for Vermont, and what's best is preparing for the inevitable. We know that a once-in-a-century economic disruption is directly in front of us. We also know, or should know from experience, with the introduction of telephones, automobiles, computers, the internet, that disruptions stimulate economic opportunity. Let's not ignore the implications of that knowledge. Let's not shrink from our responsibility, not only to listen to our constituents, but to lead them. I'll be supporting this bill.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from St. Albans City.
Madam Speaker, in some of the debate about S5, we've been talking as if this bill would in some way limit the choices that Vermonters have about how they heat their homes. And I see this bill as giving more Vermonters more choices about how they keep themselves warm and keep their homes comfortable. The member from Dover in her presentation did an excellent job of talking about the fact that for many of us who can afford to change the way that we're heating our water or heating our homes or can afford to invest in weatherization, we're already making those choices because they already make sense economically. We need the people who are selling energy to open up those choices to help low and moderate income Vermonters make those choices. And through S5, through this process, we'll be able to help them do that. I want to make sure that we don't leave those Vermonters behind. And that's why I'll be voting yes today. I also wanted to address some of the points that were made in debate. And the member from Swanton brought up a really good point that we're spending less money, we're buying fewer gallons of gasoline for our cars. That wasn't an accident, and that's not just driven by the market. That's driven by good policy making that increased fuel efficiency in cars. And this bill, increasing efficiency, asking for alternatives, opening up the market, it's being fought by the industry that would be impacted in exactly the same way, by and large, that automakers fought some of those fuel efficiency efforts over the years, scaring people about the increase in costs. We've all benefited, each one of us that drives, from those efficiency efforts with vehicles. This is exactly the same kind of thoughtful process and policy that will lead to savings for Vermonters in the hardest of our energy sectors to save money on, which is the thermal sector. I'm very proud to be voting yes for this bill today.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Derby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. S5 is the worst piece of unclear legislation to come to this floor in the 7 years that I have served here. While I am not opposed to keeping my home green and clean, I am opposed to forcing this legislation down the throats of my friends and neighbors who believe that independence is still near and dear to their hearts. To accomplish these demands in S5, it will mean having a much larger workforce. That we do not have here in Vermont. I heard weeks of testimony for and against S5. The testimony that sticks in my mind is from the Director of Public Service. He stated that the goals of S5 with our workforce as it is today is impossible, and he used that word, impossible, to achieve. Vermont's lower and fixed income seniors will suffer the most from this bill. Will they eat or will they heat? I will not vote for this bill because I love my town and I love the people that I live with all of my heart. I cannot do this to them. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, I just want to address a few points that have come up here. Particularly one around the $90 million reduction, 90 million gallon reduction in fuel oil that the member from Swanton had referenced. And what that does for me, it takes me back to another really wicked problem that we have been taking on. So what happens when we see that kind of a reduction in a market? That creates volatility amongst the industry itself. So there is a lot of stress on our fuel sellers when we have a bunch of people leaving. And we have a bunch of people leaving because of the prices, as the member from St. Albans City has spoken about. And that is not, that's not a system that's going to stop. That's a system that's going to keep accelerating. And we've seen that before. And this legislature has spent a lot of time on a similar critical infrastructure system that saw this, and that was the phone system. And when we saw with the phone system, the copper landline system, it used to connect every home in Vermont. And then when we moved to broadband and cellular service, providers, unregulated providers, found the cheapest places where they can make the most money, and that was in our dense areas and our wealthy neighborhoods, and there was innovation and more service brought. And in those places, people started dropping off the landline phone system. And that landline phone system was still highly in use by rural Vermonters and poor Vermonters. But it was becoming older, there were less people supporting it. It was becoming less reliable. It was taking a lot longer to repair, and the costs were going up. And that actually has resulted in a public safety issue emerging, particularly in rural Vermont, where it's not possible to know that you will be able to call for help if you need help, and if the phone is the only thing you have. And this body, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out a way to resolve that issue because we were dealing with another unregulated market, the telecommunications market. When we think about climate change, when we think about the folks who are trying to get off of this roller coaster, those are exactly the same people we are leaving behind. It's my people, it's the rural people, it's the poor people, we're leaving them behind. We're selling less fuel, there's gonna be less fuel dealers, there's gonna be less choice. The pricing is going to be even more volatile. We have got to act. I also want to touch briefly on electricity in the state of Vermont and energy. We have taken testimony in Environment and Energy this year that very clearly from our transmission utility, which works with all of our utilities, assuring us that when we think about our climate goals, we have plenty of power, at least for the next decade. And what's great news in Vermont is another performance standard, like the one we're proposing today, the renewable energy standard, has been put in place. And that is a standard that is helping our utilities and private sector industry transition our electric grid to make sure that it is more resilient, that the lights stay on, and that we can ensure that people can call for help. So this is hard. This is hard for all of us. Climate change is extremely difficult. If we don't do this, It's not getting better for our kids. It's not getting better for people on a fixed income. Who is going to do this? Who is going to do this? These are measured steps. And we walked through the folks that have come together to provide us with a really solid plan to bring back information to this body so we can make even better decisions. Vermont is small, we're nimble, we work together. We can do this, and we should do this. And I urge the body to stay with the committee and vote yes.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On average, it takes 900 gallons of propane to heat a home in our great state of Vermont. This legislation will add at least $630 to the heating bills of Vermonters every year. Rebranding this bill as the Affordable Heat Act is disingenuous. Our constituents, all Vermonters, deserve better. They deserve transparency. Let's call a spade a spade. S5 is a carbon tax, a tax that is both harmful and regressive, adding, according to Secretary Moore, 70 cents per gallon at a minimum to the cost of home heating fuels and will likely be more in the future. We know that the provisions of S5 will have detrimental effects on our low-income and rural Vermonters. For a majority of the state, these fuels are not only the most affordable option, but the only viable option to heat our homes in our frigid winters. Vermonters are already facing volatile markets affecting unsustainable increases in the prices of food, housing affordability, and our most basic human needs. I have heard from what feels like each and every one of my constituents who feel hopeless as Montpelier throws more obstacles in their path. They have pleaded with me to oppose this bill. Today, I will be voting no on S5, and I urge the body to listen to their constituents who we all know you have heard from. Vote no and join me in refusing to penalize desperate Vermonters crying for relief.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Randolph.
Madam Speaker, we keep hearing about the increase in prices that is a result of the analysis that the Secretary of Natural Resources provided. I'd like to point out that her analysis seems to have errors in it concerning the amortization of investments, the size of the needed incentives, the efficiency work that will need to happen anyway, the predictions of the cost of the heat pump technology, how the costs will be shared, and also in accounting for the state efficiency programs. We really shouldn't be scared by this number that's been created through a simplistic and faulty analysis.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Orwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to further explain why I'll be voting no on this bill to supplement some of the technical concerns that I spoke about earlier with reference to the comments of the member from Northfield. The reason is very simple. The residents of Orwell, Shoreham, Whiting, Sudbury, and Hubbardton, who are the very people who gave me the honor to be standing here right now and representing them, have spoken to me loud and clear that they stand in overwhelming opposition to this bill. And as their representative, it's my duty to echo their voices in this chamber. When I first started considering running for office, this was the very first thing that anyone ever brought up to me, their concerns about what the clean heat standard would do to them. And since then, it has been the forefront of nearly every conversation that I have had with my constituents, both before I was elected and after I was elected. In the over 100 communications that I have had from constituents, over 100, I stopped counting at 100 communications I've had from constituents on this, between conversations and emails and phone calls and messages and everything like that. A mere 5 supported this bill. 5. The opposition has transcended political lines, it's transcended age, it's transcended economic status, and has represented a true cross-section of my district. Whenever I walk into Buxton Store, which is a place that I have visited far too infrequently over the past few months, conversation after conversation has begun the same way. You're not voting for that clean heat thing, are you? What are you all doing up there in Montpelier? In these frequent conversations at Buxton's, no one has ever asked me about any other bill before this body, and not a single person in those conversations at Buxton's has ever asked me to vote yes on this bill. Given the overwhelming opposition to this bill in my district, I believe voting no is the proper decision. It's my job to represent my constituents, and their direction to me has been overwhelmingly clear. I believe that I must abide by their decision where their stance is unambiguous. Fortunately, however, my conscience is aligned with the people that I serve in this particular matter. This bill may be well-intentioned, I believe it is well-intentioned, but I believe it's wrong for the Addison-Rutland district, as do my constituents, and likely detrimental to the many rural communities across Vermont where people are struggling to make ends meet. I think of my own house, which is similar to many houses in my district. It was built in the 1800s, and according to 3 different contractors that I have brought in to try to get off the fossil fuel economy, it is unsuitable for conversion to any renewable heating system with the current technology in a manner that would allow it to be effective in cold weather. I think about the lovely elderly woman who called me last weekend to tell me that she wanted me to vote no on this bill because her heat pump isn't keeping her house warm enough, and so she still needs to use the propane and is scared what's going to happen to her fuel bill. I think of the farmers that I've spoken to who are concerned about how this law might impact the cost of propane that they use in their farming operations. I think of the business owners that I've spoken to who have shown me where they're still using fuel oil and propane in their businesses and that they can't make a switch right now for operational reasons. And it has nothing to do with their desire to get off the fossil fuel economy. And these stories are not dissimilar to the realities for many who are struggling to get by across our great state, and all point to reasons to reject this bill. In all these conversations, the number of people who denied climate change was smaller than the number of people who supported this bill. Nearly everyone told me that they believe in climate change and they believe in its effects. And many told me, particularly some who support and wanted me to vote yes today, told me that they were frustrated with the General Assembly's response to their concerns, that we put forward this, the Affordable Heat Act, which they felt failed to address their concerns. And those that want me to, vote yes even told me after having a conversation with them, they said to me, I want you to vote yes for symbolic reasons to show that we're doing something. That was their reason, not for the underlying policy reasons, but because they wanted to show that we were doing something because climate change is an existential threat to life on Earth. So why the disconnect between people believing in climate change, wanting to do something climate change, and telling me to vote no on this bill? Well, I think it's because this is an issue that strikes at the core of what every working Vermonter struggles with, which is paying that heating bill. My constituents, I have faced the harsh reality of having to learn on the internet of how to prime the oil pump in my furnace, in my boiler, because my tank ran dry. I have been in the situation of learning, wow, diesel is the same thing as number 2 fuel oil because I can't afford the minimum delivery right now. So I'm going to go to the gas station, I'm going to fill up a tank with diesel, and I'm going to put it in my tank. I've been in that situation. So many of my constituents have been in this situation, and people are scared. I'm scared. We're scared. We know that global warming is driving up these prices, yet we fear that this bill threatens to exacerbate this very problem before people can reap the benefits of it. I look at a bill that writes into statute a standard that so many are against and can't help to wonder why, if we all agree that this matter needs to be studied further, we are not debating a true study bill right now, and are instead debating something that says the clean heat standard is established. So that's why I'm voting no on this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to remind people what this bill does that the member from Dorset clarified. It essentially establishes the process and the procedure to do exactly what the member from Northfield said we should do, which is look at the data, look at the economics, look at the energy options, design the regulations, and then assess. If you go to page 1947 in today's calendar, Section 8131, Rulemaking Authority. Madam Speaker, can I quote the calendar?
You may.
Thank you. Notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, the Commission shall not file proposed rules with the Secretary of State implementing the clean heat standard without specific authorization enacted by the General Assembly. If you flip to page 1950, section 6f(1). Madam Speaker, may I quote from today's calendar?
You may.
On or before January 15th, 2025, the Commission shall submit to the General Assembly final proposed rules to implement the clean heat standard. The Commission shall not file the final proposed rules with the Secretary of State until specific authorization is enacted by the General Assembly to do so. The reason why in this bill we have given rules and order authority to the Public Utility Commission is because without doing that, they can't actually even call fuel dealers to the table and say, how many are you? How many gallons are you selling? You can't design a program if you don't know what's going on within the market. So these are two very, very clear statutory directions. Yes, I agree. This bill is not a study. I have likened it to when I go on family vacations with my two kids and my husband, and we've locked up all the windows in the house, and I've put all the plants in the tub, and turned on the fake little electric light that goes on at 8 p.m. We all climb in the car. It's packed. We've got Lola, our mutt. We can't turn the car on. We can choose to not go on vacation. We can choose to repack the car. We can choose to turn the car on. But that choice only happens January 2025. I completely agree with the member from Northfield. We do need this information. We do need this data, and we need it from people who know what this field is. I also just want to point out for everybody who's concerned about equity, page 1934, it says prioritize, I'm not going to quote it, but essentially prioritize the folks hurting the most, including renters. It also clarifies that we need to provide 32% of the measures to low and moderate income Vermonters. Page 1939 calls out multi-unit buildings, condos, rentals, commercial and industrial and manufacturers. 1948, section 6, it mentions renters again. There are like 4 other equity places, and then we have like 7 reports that look at whether or not we're doing equitable delivery, page 1936. The potential study looks at whether or not the market is ready for this, whether or not we have enough workers, page 1939. We have a review of consequences, page 1943. We have the sustainability of the measures by the Technical Advisory Group, page 1944. We have 2 checkbacks. I think most of us will hopefully still be here February 15th, 2024. We will all be here for the first checkback. That's on page 1951. And then there's another checkback on January 15th, 2025. There are also like 6 relief valves. So I can't tell you how much thought has gone into this. I personally believe that as a legislator, part of my job is to do and to take care of what isn't being taken care of by market forces. We know Vermonters are struggling to heat their homes. We are not doing anything about it. We've been studying this since 2006. I'm really glad we have another couple of studies coming. Madam Speaker, may I quote the Brazilian lyricist Paulo, I'm going to massacre this person's name, Paulo Coelho.
You may.
Thank you. If you want to control someone, all you have to do is to make them feel afraid. It really saddens me that we are trying to help people and we're falling into the fear. And I just want to say one more thing, which is we have a phenomenal opportunity here. It is about helping Vermonters. We should stop studying if we plan to do nothing.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? Member from Franklin.
Madam Speaker, seemed that in opening remarks on this bill, there's an agreement that Vermont's too small to have any impact on global climate. So we're proposing to spend money. So we're got a cost that we're going to incur, actually $1.7 or $8 million to start right off the bat as we begin this. So we're not going to have a benefit by improving the situation with climate change because we simply are too small to do that. But we're going to spend money. We're going to have a big process, and that process may or may not drive people towards, some of the heating technologies that we'd like them to have. But we're forcing them to do that instead of letting the marketplace move forward and head them in the direction as they're already heading right now. So this seems like we are heading towards forcing, we're trying to do something to the Vermonters and not for the Vermonters. And that's why I'm not going to vote for it. Thanks.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from St. Johnsbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I read this bill, I have to come to the conclusion that we've lost the big picture here. The big picture, I think, or I thought, was to reduce the use of carbon in Vermont. And with the provision in here for natural gas, which I think everybody knows here is a carbon fuel, and then if you put one drop of renewable gas in there, that it's magically not a carbon fuel anymore, and it's not going to be part of this program. And I suppose if you live in parts of Franklin, Chittenden, or in Addison County that are privileged enough to have natural gas for your home, that's quite a benefit for you as you heat your home and pour carbon into the atmosphere. But that's not the only instance where this bill to reduce carbon is going to allow people to use carbon freely. We also have wood, where people in Vermont, throughout the state, there are many of them. I think one time I saw 20% of the state heats with wood. They're free to stoke their fire or their pellet furnace and pour carbon into the atmosphere. No requirement to replace with trees or just burn it and put it in the atmosphere, not to mention the air quality. Some people heat with electricity, and that's a growing number of people. It's a great way to heat a home. I built my home in first winter was 2008, and I've heated my home with a ground source geothermal heat pump 100% ever since. It's a wonderful way to heat a home. 88% of the electricity that is on the New England grid, it comes from non-renewable sources. 52% from natural gas. So my electricity is pouring a tremendous amount of carbon into the atmosphere. That's a lot of people that heat like that in Vermont. This bill does nothing to slow that down. In fact, I would argue it even encourages it. Oil, which is another commonly used fossil fuel that people use in Vermont to keep their homes warm. In 2003, which I think was just before we really started getting into this, right? I think Inconvenient Truth came out in 2005 or 2006. Vermont, as reported by the US Department of Energy, residential homes used 112 million gallons of heating oil. In 2019, those same people or different people that use oil to heat their homes were down to 84 million gallons. It goes down by about 1.6 gallons a year. That's the trend, 112 down to 84. That was 2019. I think it's probably less than that because we've done a lot of work in the last 4 or 5 years. So my point here is that we're not doing anything. The people that are doing wood, natural gas, electricity, they're going to continue to pour carbon into the atmosphere. The people that haven't been able to make that transition yet, they're reducing their use significantly. There was a member in this body, I think last year was his last session, and he often would say, and at certain points he would say, our inconsistencies define us. So true. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly feel the need to speak for my constituents regarding S5. Like most of my colleagues, I have received numerous communications asking me not to support S5 for several reasons. The most common is the unknown cost, sense of urgency, and so forth. I don't know what to tell them when, frankly, I don't have a clear understanding of S5 myself. As far as our current preparedness goes, one of the 2 residents I heard from that told me they were in fact in support of S5 said, I'm all for switching over to other sources of heat and improve my weatherization, but cannot find contractors available to even give me an estimate. There must be a better way to address this issue in a more incremental, transparent fashion that we can better understand the cost. We need to allow time to build sufficient and available resources to support a change of this significance. The lack of people in the trades to meet today's demand is a known issue even before considering the impact of this proposed legislation. Lastly, we have a fiscal responsibility to all Vermonters to be diligent and speak openly about the costs before a vote on this proposed legislation. We owe a well thought out, phased in transition plan to the people of this state. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Member from West Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First time I've stood up this year. A number of years ago, I'm sure you remember, Madam Speaker, about every bill that came along, I jumped up like Horseshack and had to comment on everything. And as time has gone on, I've learned to listen because that's how I learn. And and I want to talk about something that I've learned. That 2 years ago, the legislature, over the governor's veto, adopted the Global Warming Solutions Act, which set arbitrary and probably unachievable goals for reduction in our carbon footprint. It mandated action, so here we are taking action. There's an old saying, do something even if it's wrong. Well, this bill, S5, is a perfect example of doing something, and indeed it's wrong. First, we impose a new tax on the people. You can call it whatever you want, but it's still a tax in my eyes. Furthermore, neither we nor anyone else knows how much the tax will be. That will be determined by the Public Utilities Commission. That way, of course, we don't have to take responsibility for it. We can just point to the PUC and say they did it. And because a majority of our people don't even know what or who the PUC is, everybody is home free. That's not the way the Vermont Constitution says taxes should be raised. Now, this tax is nothing that the ordinary citizen will actually see described as a tax, a fee, a credit, or anything else. It won't appear on a separate line on a sales slip showing the amount of the tax. It won't be anything you need to report on a form by April 15th. It will just show up in the higher price of fuels you need to, just to live in this beautiful state. Blame the fuel company. They'll say, not us, it's the distributor. If you could reach the distributor, the answer would be, not us, it was the legislature. And since this doesn't take effect, since after the next election, those in office in 2025 will be able to say, well, it was really the last legislature that set up this mechanism. And since it's the only thing on the menu and the GWSA requires us to act in order to avoid getting sued, we really had no choice but to go along with it. So there it is, a new tax, probably somewhere in the range of 70 cents, and I've heard up to $4 a gallon, and nobody around to take responsibility for it. But don't blame me either. I'm voting no.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, member from Wethersfield.
Madam Speaker, there's 150 of us in this chamber and 30 next door. Whether you like it or not, we're all considered politicians. The atmosphere we have today, this is going to be a broad paintbrush. The general public does not trust politicians. One of my predecessors had a bumper sticker that said, I love Vermont, I don't trust Montpelier. That's while he was serving in this chamber. Getting back to the issue at hand, I signed on to the 20-cent amendment. And with that amendment, I could have gone back to my 2 red towns and 1 purple town and defended a yes vote. Without the 20-cent amendment, I have to vote no. Thank you.
Member from Newport City.
Madam Speaker, as this body debates various legislation, I often look at our Great Seal and its motto of freedom and unity. As I consider S5, I am reminded of Norman Rockwell's series of paintings based on the 4 freedoms. One of those freedoms is the freedom from fear. Now we can all agree that we all want a worldwide reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to include our own Vermont efforts. But S5 puts fear into our constituents on how we move forward with this legislation. It also does not bring us unity. And for these 2 reasons, I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you ready for the question, member from Brattleboro?
Madam Speaker, I have many things to say about the large mobile home park that I represent and the impacts of climate change and the land war in Europe and why I'm voting yes for this. But right now, I'm just standing up as the chair of your Ways and Means Committee to say unequivocally that this is not a tax and it is not a fee.
The question is, shall the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as recommended by the Committee on Environment and Energy as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have proposed to the Senate to amend the bill. Now, the member from Lowell, Representative Higley, offers a further proposal of amendment that is printed in today's calendar. Member from Lowell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can find my amendment on page 954. It basically has the title of it. It's the cause of action piece in the Global Warming Solutions Act. I was on energy and technology back when we developed and passed the Global Warming Solutions Act. I was one of 2 members that voted no for the Global Warming Solutions Act for many reasons. One of them was for this particular reason around a person's right to sue, any person's right to sue. It wasn't needed at the time, and it's even less needed now. We heard from the Conservation Law Foundation in testimony that they had sued the state of Massachusetts over their Global Warming Solutions Act, and after appealing to the Supreme Court, they won. They didn't have this provision in there. I believe that there were goals too that the state of Massachusetts had. In ours, of course, the previous member talked about unachievable goals. Well, that would even be nice, but these aren't goals. In the Global Warming Solutions Act, they're benchmarks, they're mandates, they're actual requirements. So what I'm trying to do with this is take us out of the realm of such a possibility. I believe that we're going to be sued regardless. And I say that because there's a yearly study that the Climate Council has to present to the legislature. And in this January study, there's a comment by the Climate Council that basically states that we're not on track to meet the requirements of the Global Warming Solutions Act. That to me is telling. And it's also concerning, and again, in regards to us being sued. Madam Speaker, if I could, I'd like to read just a few sections of what is actually in 10 VSA number 594, cause of action.
You may.
So when it gets down to talking about in an action brought pursuant to this section, a prevailing party or substantially prevailing party that is a plaintiff shall be awarded reasonable costs and attorney's fees unless doing so would not serve the interest of justice, or that is a defendant may be awarded reasonable costs and attorney's fees if the action was frivolous or lacked a reasonable basis in law of fact. I'll stop there for just a second to comment on that particular piece. We've even written into this that somebody that has a frivolous or lacks reasonable basis may possibly be awarded costs and attorney's fees. And then the last section of this, which is under 2D, it isn't endless. I've heard that it's narrowly tailored as to how the lawsuit can proceed. And in this section D, and I'm reading from this again, nothing in this section shall be construed to limit the rights, procedures, and remedies available under any law, including the Vermont Administrative Procedures Act pursuant to 3 VSA Chapter 25. And that's the chapter on rules, policies around rules. So again, we've had a lot happen since the Global Warming Solutions Act was enacted with these mandates, which has backed us into a corner, if you ask me. Part of the reason or part of the concern, I'm sure, for a lot of people is since then we've had 2 years of a pandemic, we've had a war that has increased fuel prices and inflation tremendously. We've got supply chain issues, we've got workforce issues, and for us to be boxed into a corner with no way out is not, in my mind, a way to do business and represents our constituency. So again, at the very least, and like I said, I believe personally that we will be sued, and it could be by any person. That's the way it's stated in the initial wording. For that reason, I think we could at least be more respectful of our constituents and our state in regards to the cost of a lawsuit as well. It took 4 years for the lawsuit to proceed to the Supreme Court in Mass. Another lawsuit in Vermont under the Clean Water Act took 8 years. It can potentially slow things down, and it does cost money. So again, I certainly hope people can support removing this one piece of the Global Warming Solutions Act. Thank you.
Member from Dover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start with what the Global Warming Solutions Act targets that we put into statute are based on. Those are based on the agreements that were made as part of the Paris Accord, which has more than 160 signatories, and which our governor in 2017 and 2021 urged separate administrations to continue to belong to and maintain. And I think that was really important. Why should we care? Why should we in Vermont stay connected to these Global Warming Solutions Act, to the Paris Accords and these statutes? When we talk again about markets, about these larger towns, cities, states, nations that are working, passing legislation, working to meet those Paris Accord targets, they are changing markets. We've talked about the reduction in fossil fuel usage in Vermont already, and what that is doing to increase volatility in the market and amongst our dealers. So the Global Warming Solutions Act, the statutes, the targets that we put into statute in the Global Warming Solutions Act are connected to the Paris Accords. The member from Lowell has talked about a number of two other court cases. So in Massachusetts, when the Global Warming Solutions Act was passed, there was no cause of action spelled out in the bill. And it took 4 years for the courts to cycle through what should we do. We should just remind ourselves that anyone, any Vermonter, can sue at any time for enforcement, implementation of a bill, of a law that has been passed. I myself have threatened, written a letter saying, if you are not going to implement this bill, we are going to seek legal help to implement it. Anyone can do this. What this bill does, rather than leaving it wide open, it actually reduces risk. And this has been really, really challenging for folks to grapple with. This cause of action section in law says that there are two things. If you come and you say you're not enforcing the law, there are two things. First, the court is going to say, did you issue Agency of Natural Resources, Secretary, who is the person who will be on the hook, Secretary of Natural Resources, did you issue a climate action plan that would help us get to the goals? Okay, yes? All right, carry on. No, please produce that plan. Court ordered, produce that plan. Okay, now we've got that plan. Here we go, it's 2025. Have we missed our targets? Let's say we have. Let's say we get sued. We're in the courts. And the courts say, okay, let's look. This says, have you adopted a plan? Have you taken reasonable actions to make progress towards those goals? It also says you need to notify the Secretary of Natural Resources, hey, we think you missed it 60 days before you would sue. So they have an option that, there's a possibility of addressing it prior to court. You get to court, have they made progress? They have not. Their court could say, okay, then go and develop a different plan. So this actually does really bring down the options that are available to the courts, which is one of three branches of government. We're making their job a little easier here in saying, if someone sues for enforcement of the Global Warming Solutions Act, here's what that means. And so the committee was grateful to talk with a member from Lowell this morning and hear his amendment. And on a vote of 281, voted against the amendment, and we would ask the body to stick with the committee and vote no on this amendment.
The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendments as offered by the member from Lowell? Member from Northfield.
Madam Speaker, there's some little ironies here. I've heard a number of times argued we have to do this HEAT Act because if we don't, we'll get sued. And I don't think we often tell people, well, the reason we might get sued is because we passed a bill saying we could be sued. We did it. That also means we can repeal it, but I think likely this amendment won't pass today, which is further demonstration that once you pass a law, it's a lot tougher to repeal it, which of course circles right back to why we should not be passing a bill to enact something before we get the information that we need, as we're doing with the underlying bill.
The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendment as offered by the member from Lowell? Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members of this body are often accused of operating without accountability when we make our decisions here. And of course, that's not true. We're accountable to our constituents every 2 years. But other instances of accountability work to the benefit of Vermonters. They ensure Vermonters. The language this amendment proposes to strike shows our fellow Vermonters that we're not just talking the talk when it comes to climate change, that we're willing to have safeguards in place to show the validity of our intentions. We're often accused of passing feel-good legislation that is not enforceable. The language that this amendment proposes to strike, it has a clear path to accountability. It has a clear path to course correction if we stray from the climate goals that we have set at the request of our fellow Vermonters. What this amendment would do was it would take language out of Vermont law that makes us accountable, that makes us answerable to our fellow Vermonters. It would take something that is set with a clear path forward and introduce doubt. For that reason, I'm voting against this amendment, and I encourage my fellow representatives to vote against it as well. This is a no vote for me. I hope that the majority of this body feels the same way.
The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendment as offered by the member from Lowell? Member from St. Albans Town.
Madam Speaker, I request that when this vote is taken, it be taken by roll.
The member from St. Albans Town requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Is the member sustained? The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendment as offered by the member from Lowell? Member from Clarendon.
Madam Speaker, I thought I heard the member from Dover say that any person from Vermont may commence an action. When I look at this, Section 594 says any person may commence an action. To me, that means any person in the world, I guess. I'm not reading that any person from around here. I'm just reading plain any person. And that is beyond unacceptable. Why? I wonder what other activity in our statute allows people to sue because we don't do something. I mean, maybe there's a lot of it, I don't know. I'm no expert, but I am certainly voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's been a long day for everybody, so I promise I'll be brief. The one thing I try to encourage whenever the topic of litigation comes up, especially regarding this subject, is to remember we're talking about accountability here. And, well, the issue is, okay, we're elected by our constituents and the people of Vermont. But the problem is the liability and the litigation is taken out of people's wallets. Every paycheck, every transaction, every tax. We're not accountable for this. The people of the state of Vermont are accountable for this. Every time we have to fight a piece of litigation, we might as well take out our wallets, dump the money on the floor, and have everybody else in the room do the same thing too, because that's what we're doing right now. And there's this detachment from reality that somehow that because we pass something, then maybe we're not here 2 years from now and whatnot. Well, if there's a lawsuit, then those people will be accountable for it. Those people will be accountable for it. No, the people of Vermont are going to be held accountable for it. And just like every other tax, every other fine, every other registration, every other form, every other cost, we take out of the people of Vermont's wallet every single day with almost every single transaction. They're
Point of
paying
order.
for this.
Point of order.
Member from Dover, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I believe that the House rules prohibit props.
It's on my desk, so.
Member from Dover, did you pick that up, member?
It's on my desk, so.
Member from Dover, I find your point of order well taken. Member, we do not allow props in the chamber.
Okay, then I suppose I'll have to start clearing my desk then. At this point in time, I make my point clear, regardless of items on my desk. The people of Vermont are going to be paying for our mistakes that we make. And that is them having to pay for what we're doing. So with that said, I support this amendment. This amendment, it helps protect us and it helps protect the people of Vermont. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendment offered by the member from Lowell? Are you ready for the question? If so, the clerk shall commence to call the roll.
Andrews of Westford.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of an electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. When the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your vote. The question is, shall the House amend its proposal of amendment as offered by the member from Lowell? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Andriano of Orwell. Anthony of Berry City. No. Harrison of Weathersfield. Arsenault of Williston. Austin of Colchester. Bartholomew of Heartland. No. Bartley of Fairfax. Beck of St. Johnsbury. Rebecca of Winooski. No. Byrong of Regents. No. Black of Essex. No. Bloomley of Burlington. No. Bongarts of Manchester. No. Boslin of Westminster. No. Boyden of Cambridge. No. Brady of Williston. No. Brannigan of Georgia. Yes. Brennan of Colchester. Yes. Brown of Richmond. Brownell of Pownell. Rumstead of Shelburne. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro. No. Burrows of West Windsor. No. Buss of Woodstock. No. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. No. Canfield of Fairhaven. Yes. Carpenter of Hyde Park. No. Carroll Bennington. No. Casey of Montpelier. No. Chapin of East Montpelier. No. Chase of Chester. No. Chase of Colchester. No. Chestnut Tangerman of Middletown Springs. No. Christie of Hartford. No. Chena of Burlington. No. Clifford of Rutland City. Yes. Coffee of Guilford. No. Cole of Hartford. No. Conlon of Cornwall. No. Corcoran of Bennington. Yes. Cordes of Lincoln. DeMar of Venusburg. Yes. Demrow of Corinth. No. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Yes. Dodge of Essex. No. Dolan of Essex Junction. No. Dolan of Waitsfield. No. Donahue of Northfield. Yes. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Elder of Starksboro. Emmons of Springfield. No. Farley's Rubio of Barnet. No. Galfetti of Berrytown. Yes. Garifano of Essex. No. Goldman of Rockingham. I'm sorry, Goldman of Rockingham. Thank you. Ghostland of Northfield. Graham of Williamstown. Graham of Williamstown. Granning of Jericho. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hango Berkshire. Harrison of Chittenden. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Hooper of Burlington. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Hyman of South Burlington. James of Manchester. Jerome of Brandon. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow of South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. LaBounty of Linden. Lally of Shelburne. Lalonde of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. Lanford of Regents. LaRush of Franklin. Levitt of Grand Isle. Lipsky of Stowe. Lipsky of Stowe. Thank you. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. McGuire of Rutland City. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. Matos of Milton. McCann of Montpelier. McCarthy of St. Albans City. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mahaly of Calais. I'm sorry, Mahaly Calais. Thank you. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan of Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Rowicki of Putney. Mulvaney Stanek of Burlington. Nicole of Ludlow. Knott of Rutland City. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Page of Newport City. Payala of Londonderry. Parsons of Newberry. Pat of Worcester. Pearl of Danville. Peterson of Clarendon. Pouch of Heinsberg. Priestley of Bradford. Rachelson of Burlington. Rice of Dorset. Roberts of Halifax. Samus of Castleton. Sakowitz of Randolph. Shia of Middlebury. Shaw of Pittsford. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Sims of Craftsbury. Small of Winooski. Smith of Derby. Squirrel of Underhill. Stebbins of Burlington. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Supernon of Barnard. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Colchester. Templeman of Brownington. Tolino of Brattleboro. Toof of St. Albans Town. Torrey of Moortown. Troyana of Stannard. Walker of Swanton. Waters Evans of Charlotte. White of Bethel. Whitman of Bennington. Williams of Berry City. Williams of Granby. Wilson of Linden. Wilson of Linden. Wood of Waterbury. Cordes of Lincoln. Elder of Starksboro. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hedrick of Burlington. Logan of Burlington.
For purpose of explanation, member from Orwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the Global Warming Solutions Act, but for a long time have believed it's bad policy for a court to be able to order the adoption of rules. This short circuits our normal rulemaking system and leaves an open question as to how such an order would interact with the normal course of rulemaking and the ability of the public and the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules to have input. I oppose that on procedural grounds, and that's why I voted yes on this amendment.
Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I vote no on this amendment. Removing this language from the Global Warming Solutions Act removes a promise to Vermonters. It removes accountability. It introduces doubt. Vermonters have been provided with a promise on fighting climate change. This amendment would have taken that promise away from them.
Member from Halifax.
Madam Speaker, climate change isn't an existential threat to life, an existential threat to life on Earth in the future. It is life on Earth today. The bold thinking in the Global Warming Solutions Act and the Affordable Heat Act will help us envision a future where we are both more prosperous and more self-reliant, one in which our children can see a future for themselves, one in which our small towns can become more climate resilient. S5 will help Vermont rely less on fossil fuel energy from outside our borders, including from regimes that make war on our allies and trample human rights. We must continue to ask our energy suppliers to better the environmental and social records. We must ask our housing markets to serve better people who are left out. And this bill will give us new systems and new data to do just that.
And member from Burlington.
I vote no on this amendment because it confuses the path to accountability of the General Assembly and the state of Vermont with regards to its emissions reduction requirements. Confusion in legal proceedings just increases costs for all.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 41. Those voting no, 103. The nays have it, and you have declined to amend the House proposal of amendment. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? Member from Chittenden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is a lot in this legislation we don't know the answers to. If a homeowner wants to do some energy upgrades this year, we don't know what they might earn in terms of credits, even though the bill says they begin this year. We don't know if the transition to heat pumps will put strain on our electric grid, or if the grid will be able to accommodate all the other electrification that we are moving towards. We don't know what the price impact will be on Vermonters. We have heard 70 cents a gallon. We have heard several dollars a gallon. Some have said those numbers are too high. We just don't know. I don't know why natural gas and wood is treated favorably while propane is not. The fiscal note says the cost to start this is $1.7 million in fiscal year 24. It also says it will cost more in fiscal year 25, the budget we will be working on next January, but we don't know how much more. There will be IT needs to track the various credits and vendors in the regulated system. The rental registry bill we recently passed was relegated to a study, partly because the IT costs were too high. This is anything but a study. This sets up the program at a huge cost. We don't know how we are going to pay the increasing costs for next year and beyond. Likely, we will be asked to raise taxes or fees next session to fund this. However, we do know that no other state has implemented this program for heating fuels. And as was indicated before our committee the other day, that this will not change our weather patterns. We just know it will cost Vermonters more money when this is implemented, with potential savings way down and way far in the future. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Stowe.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising really to acknowledge we all agree, I believe, in this body that climate change is an existential threat to life on Earth and damaging to even our little state. But I also rise to acknowledge the role of our working forests and also the trend that Vermonters over the last several years have achieved in reducing carbon emissions. But I go back to our forests who don't have a voice, but I'm a strong advocate of our working forests, and point out again that forest inventory and analysis data reports that Vermont forests continue the trend of having, on average, older, bigger trees and store more carbon, period. We are growing over 2.1 times the amount of wood annually than we harvest. And if nothing changed and our forests continued to mature and harvest and development patterns remain the same, stored forest carbon will increase by an estimate of 28% by 2050. Now, I bring this point up because by doing nothing and without new investments or policy changes, our forests will store more carbon, be older, and reduce net emissions. This is a moment where I'm standing to thank our forests, and that covers 74 to 75% of the state of Vermont, for the role that they play in supporting all of us here for a healthier environment. And with that said, and standing up for the vast majority of my constituents, when the bill itself comes up for vote, I will be voting no on S5.
Member from Moortown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S5 because I feel it has the important characteristics that we need for climate policy. We have a lot of uncertainty that has been mentioned today by many of you. And we still have to make decisions. We still have to act. We have to make progress, and we have to protect Vermonters. We are in flight, but we still need to work on the engine. And I am confident that this legislation has the guardrails, the process, and the accountability we need to move forward now to get the information we need over the next 2 years, which are 2 very important years where we're going to see a lot of funding coming into our state. And it's going to allow us to stay ahead and be best positioned to protect our most vulnerable Vermonters. And it means we have to be decisive even when we don't have all the information we need. And that's on us as leaders, and that's trust that we have to earn. Some of us are new, and we have to earn this trust from our constituents and from each other and from our systems and our past success. And we have, as was mentioned earlier, some success around energy, and we can lean on that. And I will be voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Linden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to follow up on what the member from Swanton was talking about when back in the 70s, we had a lot of cookie cutter houses, mostly ranch houses that were electrified for the heating system. My sister bought one of those houses. It was a few years later, the electricity jumped up so high that they ended up putting in a boiler system. The other thing that concerns me is I can remember back about 25 years ago when solar was going to be the answer to help reduce electricity cost. And I agree that the solar panels are great if you can afford them. There was a subsidy out there, and I remember calling up and having an individual come and look at my house, and it was going to cost me about $25,000 even with the subsidy, so I couldn't afford it. So it really wasn't helping low-income Vermonters, in my opinion. And you could go in my district, and I challenge anybody in here to find 20 houses with solar panels on them. And the ones you do are the ones that have the affordability to be able to do that. I also am concerned about, well, let me just back up a little bit. I remember also about 15 years ago when Efficiency Vermont was really pushing the LED light. It takes a lot of electricity, and there was a bunch of other products in there, and I'm all for that. Well, what happened in Linden, we have our own utility. We did such a good job of conserving energy that the utility couldn't make enough money to sustain itself, so our electric rates went up. The other thing is I had a constituent who installs heat pumps. And he said that he had 2 of them in his house. He said they're great until the temperature gets to about 10 degrees below zero. And up in the Northeast Kingdom, it's not unusual to hit temperatures 30 below or even 40 below zero. Yes, when the temperatures do get that low, using fossil fuels, you have to burn more energy. But I don't need another backup system to help offset that. So if I may, Madam Speaker, I'd like to just read a chart from the Independent Statistics and Analysis for Energy Information.
You may.
Okay, I'm just randomly picking numbers here. This would be in January 2014. The average cost of number 2 heating fuel, $4.24. March, $4.26. Going to jump down to December 2015, $2.32. I'm going to go down a little bit further, and I'm going to be down in the January 18th, $3.56. Yes, fossil fuels do fluctuate. However, the electricity, I've never seen my electricity fluctuate. I've only seen it going up. Madam Speaker, the other thing is that I don't believe that we do have enough technicians to be able to put these heating systems in. I know a couple of weeks ago, the ignition on our furnace went out. A number of Vermonters, especially up where I am, are pretty handy. So I just went to the Home Depot, paid 22 cents, and went and I put the ignition into my furnace, and I got it going again. If I had a heat pump, I would definitely have to call and try to get somebody there to fix it, and who knows when they might have come. So anyways, I just can't, in good conscience, with over 100 emails and notes from constituents asking me not to support this, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Calais.
I rise in support of the bill. How's this bill really going to work? Let me use an example of a constituent. My constituent is 55 years old. She lives in a small, rundown house. She eats with oil. And when I visit her, she literally weeps in front of me because she fears she cannot afford to heat her home in the winter. Will affordable heat help her or not? Under the Act, she will be approached by a company that delivers her oil, or by Efficiency Vermont, a likely default delivery agent under the Act. They'll offer her an opportunity to weatherize her home and install, let's say, a pellet stove. Federal, state, and utility subsidies will pay much of the cost. The fuel dealer will kick in some subsidy in return for a fuel clean heat credit. And the balance will be financed by her via a monthly payment on her electric utility bill. Well, will that work for her? You bet it will work for her, because she will pay a lot less money than she pays buying oil. She can keep her oil system as a backup, but she won't use as much. So of course, will the cost of oil go up? It may, 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents. It doesn't matter because she won't be using as much. If you think this is too optimistic a picture, remember the creation of Efficiency Vermont and energy efficiency. The proposal was that we would put a charge on electricity and increase, everyone would pay it, and Efficiency Vermont would install efficiency devices. What did people say? It was new. We didn't know whether it would work. It would be too expensive. It would raise the cost of electricity. It would be dictating to Vermonters. That's what was said. What happened? Well, we pay on average for residential rates $6 a month to Efficiency Vermont. What has that done? It has saved Vermonters over $3 billion. That's what it's done. Affordable heat, in my view, will likely double those savings. Why would we pass up an opportunity to study and prepare a program that could save Vermonters $6 billion? Why would we do that? I cannot think of a good reason
to wait. I taught global warming at the University of San Francisco Law School in 1976. We knew we have lost an entire generation because of delay, prevarication. Remember, later plus later plus later equals never. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Chittenden.
Madam Speaker, in the member from Newport might say, this is a big deal. And Madam Speaker, it is a big deal, and it may be a big deal for all of us in this chamber, regardless of our perspectives. For me, no surprise, I will be voting no. And I ask when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll.
The member from Chittenden requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll as the member sustained. The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Middlebury. Member from Barrytown.
If this bill will have to be repealed, it is not a study. We will not have a new bill that passes through the committees of jurisdiction. Instead, we will only be able to vote on the rules which will be well established by 2025, since this bill gives the PUC orders and will begin implementation starting on July 1st of this year. It will not have to pass both bodies to move forward to the governor's desk after this alleged study is conducted. We will have a limited voice. The people will have a limited voice, and legislation such as this should be subject to all the consideration we are giving this bill as it is presented today.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Member from Newfane.
Madam Speaker, again and again, Vermonters tell us they are concerned about our changing climate and want us to take meaningful action. As legislators, we have a collective responsibility to do that, not in a decade, not next year, but now. We must meet the emissions reductions targets that we have set into statute through the Global Warming Solutions Act. But even more important, this bill is about helping Vermonters heat their homes. As we work to meet our required climate goals and transition our thermal sector away from fossil fuels, we must prioritize the Vermonters who are at risk of being left behind. Rural Vermonters, low and moderate income Vermonters, older Vermonters, Vermonters living on fixed incomes, Vermonters living in manufactured homes. These are the Vermonters who are most affected by the current volatility that we've been hearing about today in fuel pricing, and they are currently struggling to cope with a $2 per gallon price increase in heating fuel. Access to cleaner heating options will decrease their dependence on fossil fuels, and it will save Vermonters money. The shift away from fossil fuels in our heating sector is well underway, and it is accelerating. This bill brings Vermonters into that transition in a meaningful way. I'm voting yes today to move this important work forward through a careful, studied process with future opportunities for public engagement and additional required legislative action in 2025.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, The clerk shall commence to call the roll.
Andrews of Westford.
2 minutes. Can I see House leadership up here, please? Thanks. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your vote. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Andriano of Orwell. Anthony of Berry City. Harrison of Weathersfield. Arsenault of Williston. Austin of Colchester. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Beck of St. Johnsbury. Berbecco of Winooski. Byrong of Virgins. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Bongarts of Manchester. Boslin of Westminster. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brennan of Colchester. Brown of Richmond. Brownell of Pownell. Brumstead of Shelburne. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro. Burrows of West Windsor. Buss of Woodstock. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Canfield of Fairhaven. Carpenter of Hyde Park. Carroll of Bennington. Casey of Montpelier. Chapin of East Montpelier. Chase of Chester. Chase of Colchester. Chestnut Tangerman of Middletown Springs. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Clifford of Rutland City. Coffey of Guilford. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Corcoran of Bennington. Cordes of Lincoln. DeMar of Enosburg. Demeraux of Corinth. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolan of Waitsfield. Donahue of Northfield. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Elder of Starksboro. Emmons of Springfield. Farley's Rubio of Barnet. Galfetti of Berrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Ghostland of Northfield. Graham of Williamstown. Granning of Jericho. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hango Berkshire. Harrison of Chittenden. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Hooper of Burlington. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Hyman of South Burlington. James of Manchester. Jerome of Brandon. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow of South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. LaBounty of Linden. Lally of Shelburne. Lalonde of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. I'm sorry, Lamont of Morristown. Thank you. Lanford of Virgins. LaRush of Franklin. Levitt of Grand Isle. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. McGuire of Rutland City. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. Matos of Milton. McCann of Montpelier. McCarthy of St. Albans City. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan of Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Rowicki of Putney. Mulvaney Stanek of Burlington. Nicole of Ludlow. Knott of Rutland City. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Page of Newport City. Piella of Londonderry. Parsons of Newberry. Pat of Worcester. Pearl of Danville. Peterson of Clarendon. Pouch of Heinsberg. Priestley of Bradford. Rachelson of Burlington. Rice of Dorset. Roberts of Halifax. Samus of Castleton. Sackowitz of Randolph. Shy of Middlebury. Shaw of Pittsford. Sheldon of Millbury. Sibelia of Dover. Sims of Craftsbury. Small of Winooski. Smith of Derby. Squirrel of Underhill. Stebbins of Burlington. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Supernaut of Barnard. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Colchester. Templeman of Brownington. Templeman of Brownington. Thank you. Tolino of Brattleboro. Toof of St. Albans Town. No. Toria Moortown. Yes. Troiano Stannard. Yes. Walker Swanton. No. Waters Evans of Charlotte. Yes. White of Bethel. Yes. Whitman of Bennington. Yes. Williams Berry City. Yes, with explanation. Williams Granby. No. Wilson of Linden. No. Wood of Butterberry. Cordes of Lincoln. Elder Stark Pluro. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hedrick of Burlington. Logan of Burlington.
And now for purpose of explanation, member from Guilford.
I had my electronics turned off. So Vermonters of fixed, low, and even moderate incomes can't afford to pay higher prices for fossil fuels to heat their homes. And that's exactly why this bill is being proposed and why I voted yes today. S5 is a necessary step in reducing our carbon emissions in Vermont and will help us navigate this transition in a thoughtful, predictable way to provide more affordable options for rural and Vermonters living on low, moderate, and fixed incomes.
Member from Northfield.
Madam Speaker, we need to continue to be active and aggressive in taking responsibility to address climate change from our little piece of Earth. But doing our part will not change the world trajectory. What this bill does is place the cost of attempting to change the world trajectory on our small population with a highly disproportionate impact on our constituents and our state's economy without even having a fundamental grasp of how high those costs may be. I vote no.
Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, climate action is a complex problem, and complex problems sometimes require complex solutions. I believe the Affordable Heat Act holds great promise, that it will help those Vermonters who are least able to afford rising fossil fuel prices and for whom the investment required to switch to clean heat is currently out of reach. I voted yes to give this potential solution the study, support, and deliberation it requires.
Member from St. Albans City.
Madam Speaker, this bill will help Vermonters who can least afford to replace a furnace or water heater join in the benefits of the cleaner energy options available today and make sure they don't get left behind as we respond to the changing climate. I vote yes.
Member from Milton.
Madam Speaker, we were all sent here to represent our constituency. Overwhelmingly, my constituents are opposed to this bill. I vote no.
Member from Middlebury.
Climate change is disrupting lives. Climate change is disrupting lives all over the world, and at the same time, dramatic fluctuations in global fuel prices are hurting Vermonters. I voted yes because the Affordable Heat Act will enable all Vermonters to reduce the costs of heating their homes while also addressing climate change.
And member from Berry City.
Madam Speaker, there are those of us in this chamber who have grown up with the Damoclean threat of climate change hanging over our heads every day of our lives. And it's exhausting. I vote yes on S5 because I want to know that I did my part, that I shouldered my responsibilities, regardless of how much of an impact that can be measured, so that my younger sisters and brothers and their children do not inherit a world set on fire. Thank you.
Member from Poultney.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
As elected officials, we have an obligation to ensure Vermonters know what the financial costs and impacts of this bill will be on their lives and the state's economy before passage, because that is how lawmaking and governing is supposed to work and what Vermonters expect and deserve. Without a study conducted, we do not know what these costs will be. Delegating our job of legislating to an unelected commission is something I will never vote for.
Please, member from Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to explain my vote.
You may.
I was 100% honest as I campaigned door to door that I was in support of the clean heat standard that had not passed. I was thrilled to see the changes that were made to it through our process this biennium. And even though I also got those messages, I heard my constituents loud and clear in support of this bill.
Please listen. Member from Newbury.
Madam Speaker, with this bill, we're driving down.
Member, would you like to explain your vote?
Yeah, that's what I had said when I voted. Yeah, I voted no.
You may.
Yeah, thank you. With this bill, we're driving down a one-way, single-lane road. Carbon tax, dead ahead. Apparently, telling Vermont passengers, don't trust your lying eyes. Well, I trust my constituents. Their outreach didn't fall on dead ears. I vote no for them.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Member from Clarendon.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
This bill does not address climate change and thus is a waste of time and money. I vote no.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 98. Those voting no, 46. The ayes have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, just a quick update. We are going to proceed with Senate Bill 37 and hear the bill presentation, and then we will be taking a dinner break. With that, Senate Bill 37 is an act relating to access to legally protected, will the House please come to order? Is an act relating to access to legally protected healthcare activity and regulation of healthcare providers. The bill was referred to the Committee on Healthcare, which recommends that the House propose to the Senate to amend the bill as printed in today's calendar. The member from Rockingham, Representative Goldman, will speak for the committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the bill ought to pass in concurrence with proposal of amended recommended by the Committee on Healthcare. The member from Middlebury, Representative Schy, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S37, an act relating to access to legally protected healthcare activity and regulation of healthcare providers.
Member from Rockingham.
Madam Speaker, excuse me. Earlier this session, the House passed H-89, an act relating to civil and criminal procedures concerning a legally protected healthcare activity. S-37, a companion bill to H-89, protects clinicians who are providing legally protected healthcare services from being subject to professional disciplinary action and other consequences of providing this care. You can find a copy of S-37 on page 1954 of today's House calendar. S-37 was voted out of the Healthcare Committee with a vote of 9-0. I was 20 when the Roe versus Wade decision was handed down. All my adult life, women have had access to safe and legal termination of pregnancies. I am now nearing 70, and with the overturning of Roe in the Dobbs decision, access to abortion has been left for the states to determine, reversing the civil rights of more than half of our population. 50 years of settled law abandoned. The people of Vermont have voted to enshrine in our Constitution, in Article 22, the right to reproductive liberty. Safe and legal abortions are accessible to those that want them, with these decisions being made where they should be, between a person, their family, and medical team. Transgender and gender diverse youth experience multiple mental health concerns, including depression, anxiety, and gender dysphoria. They are met with a number of systemic barriers that affect their physical and mental health, including transgender phobia, trans prejudice, and a significant lack of access to gender-affirming care. According to the Vermont Department of Health, LGBTQ+ youth are much more at risk for suicidal ideation, attempts, and completion. In April 2021, the medical community in Vermont, including the Vermont chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the University of Vermont Children's Hospital, and the Vermont Medical Society, and others, responded to attacks on youth gender care that had begun to escalate in both public forums and state legislatures, both locally and throughout our nation. They released a memo that emphasized the importance of providing developmentally appropriate, family-centered, gender-affirming care as recommended by current evidence-based healthcare guidelines. In Vermont, these decisions are being made where they should be, between a youth, their family, and their medical team. According to the testimony from the Vermont Medical Society, which represented the Vermont Academy of Family Physicians, American Academy of Pediatrics, Vermont chapter, and the Vermont Psychiatric Association, these organizations strongly support the findings of leading national medical associations that comprehensive reproductive health care services, including access to contraception and abortion and gender-affirming care, are the standard of care in medicine. These services are now under attack in a number of states. About half of U.S. states have already or are expected to enact abortion bans or other limits to the procedure. In addition, more than 1/3 of the 150,000 transgender youth ages 13 to 17 years of age in the United States live in one of the 15 states that have restricted or banned access to best practice medical care for transgender youth or are considering legislation to do so. We have also received testimony concerning the practices of pregnancy services centers. These concerns center around the use of misleading advertisements that induce women to come to these centers and the dissemination of information about abortion that is inaccurate and inconsistent with evidence-based medicine. The Vermont Ethics Network testified in support of language in S37 to curtail the dissemination of deceptive and inaccurate information pertaining to abortion and related services provided by these centers. S37 protects licensed providers who are practicing within their scope of practice within Vermont state borders. S37 protects licensed providers from medical malpractice insurance, premium increases due to provider providing reproductive health care or gender-affirming care. S37 codifies health insurance practices in place today and eliminates cost sharing for abortion services for a small segment of people. S37 prohibits false and misleading advertising for free services at pregnancy centers. S37 does not change reproductive health care and gender-affirming care that is already legal in Vermont. S37 does not change consent laws. S37 does not require a healthcare clinician to provide any healthcare services. S37 does not change existing federal healthcare provider conscience protections. It does not change scope of practice laws, does not change standards of care, does not require one model of care, and does not close pregnancy centers. We are living in turbulent and troubling times. S37, when passed, will shield a Vermont healthcare provider license in Vermont should they choose to provide abortion or gender-affirming care, both legally protected healthcare activities in Vermont, in another state. Healthcare providers do something more than preventing or curing an illness. They also help us decide our own destinies and to control our own futures. In much of our nation, these dedicated caregivers are being threatened with imprisonment and deadly violence. Some states may target them, but let Vermont join other states in protecting them. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the member from Essex Junction.
The member from Rockingham yields to the member from Essex Junction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now walk us through the sections of the bill. Section 1 adds definitions that will apply throughout all titles of the Vermont statutes for legally protected healthcare that include the definitions for gender-affirming healthcare services and reproductive healthcare services. These definitions protect healthcare professionals providing and persons seeking and obtaining reproductive health services in Vermont from legal liability and professional sanctions when those services are lawful in Vermont and meet standards for good professional practice. These definitions do the same thing for gender-affirming care. However, the protections applicable to legally protected health care shall not apply to a lawsuit, judgment, civil, criminal, or administrative action that is based on conduct for which an action would exist under the laws of this state if the course of conduct that forms the basis for liability had occurred entirely in the state. In other words, if a provider could be liable in a lawsuit in Vermont for conduct that took place in Vermont, for example, violating standards of care or negligence, Vermont would not protect them from a lawsuit in another state for that same conduct. Further, a licensed Vermont healthcare provider practicing under the laws of this state and physically present in Vermont will be legally protected regardless of the patient's location at the time the service is rendered. So for instance, if a licensed Vermont provider renders a service within their scope of practice and that is legally protected care in Vermont to a person in another state where it is not legal, say counseling for gender-affirming care, then Vermont will not professionally discipline that provider for their failure to be licensed in another state. Section 2 prohibits medical malpractice insurers from adjusting a healthcare provider's risk classification or premium charges based on the health provider, 1, providing or assisting in legally protected healthcare activity that is unlawful in another state. 2, another state's laws create potential or actual liability for that activity. 3, abusive litigation against a provider concerning legally protected healthcare resulting in a claim, settlement, or judgment against the provider. Or 4, the license of the provider has been disciplined in any way by another state solely on the provider's provision of legally protected healthcare activity. However, it should not be prohibited if the considerations of raising or adjusting risk classification or premium charges are based on factors others than those listed. Section 3 codifies health insurance practices in place today for gender-affirming care. As these services have been covered for years, there is no fiscal impact. Section 4 codifies health insurance practices in place today for abortion and abortion-related services, including medication abortion, and limits cost sharing in some cases. Again, these services have been covered for years, and while we are eliminating the cost sharing in some cases, our insurers have testified there is no fiscal impact. Section 5 requires the Agency of Human Services to seek a state plan amendment if needed to allow Vermont's Medicaid program to provide coverage consistent with this act. This is standard language we include when requiring that Medicaid provide coverage of services. Department of Vermont Health Access has confirmed that they are already providing this coverage. Section 6 updates 3 VSA 129A by adding 2 new provisions to unprofessional conduct for licensed providers by the Office of Professional Regulation. The first, willfully providing inaccurate health or medical information to a patient, including purposeful misrepresentation of a patient's health status. And 2, providing or claiming to provide services or medications that are purported to reverse the effects of a medication abortion. Section 6 also prohibits a Vermont healthcare provider from being subject to professional disciplinary action or a criminal, civil, or disciplinary action in another state based solely on providing or assisting in the provision of legally protected healthcare and prohibits adverse action on an applicant. This applies to professions certified, registered, or licensed by the Office of Professional Regulation. Section 7 prohibits a Vermont healthcare provider from being subject to professional disciplinary action or a criminal, civil, or disciplinary action in another state based solely on providing or assisting in the provision of legally protected healthcare and prohibits adverse action on an applicant. This section applies to professions certified, registered, or licensed by the Board of Medical Practice. Section 8 adds a new subchapter 11 to VSA 9, Chapter 63, the Consumer Protection section, pertaining to limited service pregnancy centers. Our legislative intent is to ensure that the public is provided with accurate, factual information about the types of healthcare that are available to pregnant individuals in Vermont while respecting the right of limited service pregnancy centers to counsel individuals against abortion. Nothing in this subchapter should be construed to regulate, limit, or curtail such advocacy. Again, our intent is that the public is provided accurate and factual information. The Limited Services Pregnancy Center is defined as a pregnancy services center that does not provide or provide referrals to clients for abortions or emergency contraception. These centers are often funded by donations and do not charge for their services. This means a patient does not have the consumer protection under our statutes to file a complaint if they feel they are receiving false or misleading information. A new Unfair and Deceptive Act and Practice in Commerce is established prohibiting any limited services pregnancy center from disseminating false and misleading advertising about their services. Authority is also given to the Attorney General to make rules, conduct civil investigations, and bring civil action with respect to violations of this section. The failure to ensure the Limited Services Pregnancy Center acts in accordance with this Unfair and Deceptive Act may constitute unprofessional conduct under 3 VSA 129A, which is the Office of Professional Regulation, or 26 VSA 1354, being the Board of Medical Practice. This applies for any healthcare provider certified, registered, or licensed under Title 26 and employed by, contracted to provide services or volunteers at a limited services pregnancy center. Section 9 amends 18 VSA 9405 to include reproductive health care services and gender-affirming healthcare services in Vermont's Health Resource Allocation Plan. Section 9A requires the Agency of Human Services to work with the LGBTQA+ community and healthcare providers to explore barriers to equitable access to gender-affirming healthcare services during the upcoming state health assessment and Community Profiles community engagement process. Section 10 and 10A requires the Office of Professional Regulation to submit a report with findings and for recommendations for legislative action to address any concerns regarding the state's participation in both current and future interstate compacts. This report is due November 1st, 2025. Section 10 also directs Vermont Compact delegates to support protections for healthcare providers in compacts. Section 11 adds a definition for emergency contraception to VSA 26 and adds emergency contraception to what a pharmacist may prescribe. Section 11A permits pharmacies and colleges to make over-the-counter emergency contraception and other over-the-counter contraceptives available by vending machines and permits the pharmacy board to adopt rules to regulate the location, operation, utilization, and oversight of the vending machines. Section 12 adds a chapter 78 to 16 VSA. This chapter provides definitions for gender-affirming healthcare readiness and reproductive healthcare readiness. Vermont's public institutions of higher education are required to report on their students' access to reproductive and gender-affirming healthcare services on or before January 31st of each year. Section 13 requires each institution to submit their first report to Agency of Human Services on or before November 1st, 2023, and the Agency of Human Services will compile and provide a legislative report on or before January 31st, 2024. I want to note we are not requiring our public institutions to provide any services, but to report on what the universities do if a student requests this service. Section 14 prohibits disclosure of protected health information related to legally protected healthcare activity for use in a civil or criminal action, a proceeding preliminary to a civil or criminal action, or a probate, legislative, or administrative proceeding by a covered entity or business associate, except under defined conditions. Section 15 is the effective dates. All sections, except for the ones I'm about to describe, take effect on passage. Sections 3, 4, and 5 take effect January 1st, 2024. Section 10A takes effect July 1st, 2023. And Section 11 takes effect on or before September 1st, 2023. We heard from 31 witnesses over several weeks. I will have the list on my desk should you wish to review while we were on break. I want to emphasize what S37 does not do. S37 does not change reproductive health care and gender-affirming health care that is already legal in Vermont. S37 does not change consent laws or require a healthcare clinician to provide any healthcare services. S37 does not change our scope of practice laws or standards, and S37 does not close limited services pregnancy centers. S37 does protect Vermont licensed healthcare providers and people who obtain or help others obtain reproductive or gender-affirming healthcare. S37 does ensure the public is provided with accurate, factual information about the types of healthcare services available in Vermont. I am proud to live in Vermont, where our public policy protects the right to reproductive and gender-affirming care. We cannot change the actions of other states, but we can protect Vermonters who are helping others receive the care they want and need. The committee vote was 9-2, and we ask you to vote yes.
And now for the Committee on Appropriations, member for Middlebury.
Madam Speaker, we thank the House Healthcare Committee for the opportunity to check in on this bill. House Appropriations has no amendments to S37. The bill came to our committee because it requires insurers, including Vermont Medicaid, to cover gender-affirming care and reproductive health care. House Healthcare told us they heard testimony that insurance companies and Vermont Medicaid have been covering this care for many years, and there is no fiscal impact to insurance premiums. This bill does eliminate cost sharing for abortion care in some cases, but we were told that any impact to the state employees' health plan would be nominal, and the bill does not have a fiscal note. The committee vote on S37 in appropriations was 10-0, and we will hope you will support the committee and this bill by voting yes. Thank you.
Members, at this time, we are going to recess for a dinner break, so the House will stand in recess until the fall of the gavel at 6:15 sharp.